Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what if stories and hidden magic. This video is self recorded and fully created in line with YouTube's latex policy. What if a Goblin's Audit at age 8 revealed Harry Potter owned 15 hidden estate Dumbledore had been secretly renting out? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let's the story begins.
Chapter 1 The Unexpected Visitor. The summer of 1990 had settled over Privet Drive like a fever that refused to break. Heat shimmered above the pavement in lazy waves, distorting the neat rows of identical houses into something almost dreamlike, if dreams could be so suffocatingly ordinary. Number 4 stood exactly as it always had, trimmed hedges, polished door knocker, windows that reflected the sun but never seemed to let any light inside. Harry Potter sat on the windowsill of his smallest bedroom, knees drawn to his chest, watching the street below through the gap where the curtains refused to meet. He was 8 years old. He had been 8 years old for exactly 47 days now, not that anyone had remembered to mark the occasion. Aunt Petunia had served tin soup that night, cold, directly from the can, and Uncle Vernon had grunted something about keeping expectations realistic before retreating behind his newspaper. Dudley had received a new computer game the same morning. Harry had received nothing. Not that he expected anything anymore. Expectation was a luxury reserved for people who had reason to believe tomorrow might be different from today. Harry had learned, through the slow and brutal education of the Dursley household, that tomorrow would always be the same. The same cupboard under the stairs, though they had grudgingly moved him to Dudley's second bedroom after the incident with the boa constrictor, a memory that still made him shiver with confused wonder. The same chores. The same whispered insults. The same careful avoidance of anything strange, anything unnatural, anything that might remind the Dursleys of what they refused to acknowledge. That his parents hadn't died in a car crash. That the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead wasn't a normal scar. That somewhere, buried deep in the marrow of his bones, Harry knew he was different. He pressed his forehead against the warm glass and let his eyes drift closed. The scar tingled, not painfully. Not quite, but with an awareness that felt almost like listening. Like someone was speaking in a language he couldn't quite translate, just beyond the edge of hearing. "You're imagining things," he whispered to himself. That was what Uncle Vernon always said, anyway. Imagining things. Making things up for attention. Lying. But Harry had learned to trust his imagination more than he trusted most adults. His imagination had never locked him in a cupboard for 3 days. His imagination had never told him he was a freak, worthless, a burden. His imagination had never made him sleep on a mattress that smelled of dust and forgotten things while Dudley's broken toys filled the corners of this room like mocking trophies. His imagination had given him the zoo. His imagination had given him the strange, wonderful, terrifying moment when the glass had vanished and the snake had spoken, "Thanks, amigo," and Dudley had screamed, and everyone had blamed him, and Harry had known with absolute certainty that he had done that. "Not imagining," he murmured. "Not this time." A shadow passed over the sun. Harry's eyes snapped open. The street below hadn't changed. Mrs. Figg's house still stood at the corner, her cat statues still watched from the windows. The new family 2 doors down had left their bin bags out a day early, and a fox was nosing through them with cautious hope. Everything was normal. Everything was exactly as it had been 5 seconds ago. But the shadow. Harry looked up. The sky was clear. Endless blue, not a single cloud. The heat shimmered, but there was nothing up there that could have cast a shadow broad enough to dim the sunlight streaming through his window. His heart began to beat faster. "Don't be stupid," he told himself. It was a bird. A big bird. Maybe a plane. Uncle Vernon always says the flight path is. The knock came from downstairs. Not the front door. Harry would have recognized that sound, the sharp brass knocker, the way Uncle Vernon answered it with his practiced smile that never quite reached his eyes. This was something else. A knock that seemed to come from inside the walls, or perhaps from a door that didn't exist, a door that had never been there before. Harry slid off the windowsill and stood perfectly still. The house had gone quiet. That was wrong. Privet Drive was never truly quiet. There was always the hum of appliances, the distant mutter of televisions, Uncle Vernon's heavy breathing from his armchair, Aunt Petunia's footsteps tracking her endless patrol of cleanliness. But now there was nothing. The silence had weight. It pressed against Harry's eardrums like deep water. Harry? Aunt Petunia's voice. Strange. Uncertain. Not her usual sharp-edged command, but something almost confused. He opened his bedroom door and stepped onto the landing. The stairs stretched down to the hallway below, and Harry saw them both at once, Aunt Petunia, frozen mid-step with a duster in her hand, her bony fingers white around the handle, and Uncle Vernon, who had risen from his armchair with the slow, deliberate movement of a man who had just realized something was terribly wrong. They were both staring at the front door. No, not the front door. The wall beside it. Harry leaned over the banister and felt his breath catch in his throat. The wall was changing. Rippling, like the surface of a pond when something stirred beneath. The floral wallpaper, Aunt Petunia's pride, chosen from a catalogue because it was respectable but not showy, was flowing like water, the flowers twisting into shapes that weren't flowers at all. Runes, perhaps. Symbols. Harry didn't recognize them, but something deep in his chest recognized the feeling they gave off. Ancient. Powerful. Not human. And then the wall split open. Not with violence. Not with the explosion of brick and plaster that Uncle Vernon's terrified expression seemed to expect. The wall simply parted. Like curtains drawing back from a stage. And through the gap stepped a creature that Harry had never seen before but somehow, impossibly, recognized. The goblin was shorter than Harry, though twice as broad through the shoulders. His face was sharp-featured and angular, all points and planes, with a nose that swept down like the blade of a knife and eyes that glittered black as coal. His skin was the color of old stone, weathered and pitted, and his hands, long-fingered, knobby-knuckled, gripped a walking stick made of silver so pure it seemed to glow from within. He wore robes of deep crimson, embroidered with gold thread in patterns that shifted when Harry tried to focus on them. On his chest, a pin, a shield and dagger crossed beneath a star. The goblin looked at Aunt Petunia. Aunt Petunia made a sound like a kettle coming to boil. What is the meaning of this? Uncle Vernon's voice cracked across the hallway like a whip. His face had gone the color of old cheese, but his fists were clenched, his body angled forward in the posture of a man who believed that sheer volume could solve any problem. This is a private residence. You can't just walk through my wall, there are laws, I'll call the police. The goblin turned his head. Just that. A simple movement. But something in those black eyes silenced Uncle Vernon mid-sentence, his mouth still open, his last word hanging in the air like a dropped note. Vernon Dursley, the goblin said. His voice was low and rough, like stones grinding together, but perfectly clear. Petunia Dursley. I am Ragnarok of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. I am here on a matter of legal and magical significance regarding the minor child known as Harry James Potter. Harry's name in that voice sounded different. Heavier. Like it carried weight he had never known existed. Harry. Aunt Petunia's voice was barely a whisper. What could you possibly want with him? Ragnarok's gaze moved past them, up the stairs, and found Harry. The moment their eyes met, Harry felt something shift inside his chest. A lock turning. A door opening. The scar on his forehead burned, not painfully, not quite, but with a heat that spread down through his skull and into his spine, warming him from the inside out. Ah, Ragnarok said. There you are. He walked forward. Uncle Vernon tried to step in his way. He really did. His bulk filled the hallway, his chest puffed out, his face set in an expression of pure, stubborn defiance. But Ragnarok didn't slow. He didn't acknowledge Vernon at all. He simply walked, and Vernon stepped aside as though his feet had stopped belonging to him. "Harry James Potter," Ragnarok said, stopping at the bottom of the stairs. He inclined his head, not quite a bow, but something close. Something respectful. "I have traveled far to speak with you. The matter is urgent, and time is, not on our side." Harry's throat was dry. His hands were shaking. But when he spoke, his voice came out steady. "Who are you?" A fair question. Ragnarok's lips drew back from his teeth, not quite a smile, but not quite a snarl either. "I am the senior account manager for the Potter Family Trust. A position I have held for 217 years. I served your grandfather. I served your father. And now, though the circumstances are irregular, I serve you. My father?" The word felt strange in Harry's mouth. He had photographs, the ones Aunt Petunia had tried to throw away, the ones he'd rescued from the bin when he was 6 and hidden under the loose floorboard in his cupboard. A man with messy black hair and glasses, laughing at something off camera. A woman with red hair and green eyes like Harry's own, holding him in her arms. But he had never heard anyone speak of them. Not like this. Not as though they were real people who had walked through the world and left marks behind. "Your father," Ragnarok confirmed. "James Fleamont Potter. And your mother, Lily Jane Potter née Evans. Their legacy is complicated. That is why I am here." Uncle Vernon had found his voice again. "Now listen here." "No," Ragnarok said. "You will listen. Or I will place a silencing charm on you that will last until Christmas, and you will spend the next 4 months communicating through interpretive gesture." Vernon's mouth snapped shut. Ragnarok turned back to Harry. "I require your presence at Gringotts. A routine magical inheritance scan has revealed certain irregularities regarding your accounts and property holdings. The Goblin Nation takes such irregularities very seriously. Especially when they involve missing gold." "Missing gold?" Harry repeated. The word seemed impossible. He had never held a gold coin in his life. The only money he had ever touched was the occasional coin Dudley dropped, which Harry would find and hide in his pocket until he could spend it on something small, something unnoticed, something that wouldn't get him punished. "I don't have any gold." Ragnarok's eyes narrowed. "That is precisely the problem, young Potter. You should have a great deal of gold. You have a great deal of gold. The question is not whether it exists, but where it has gone." He reached into his robes and withdrew a document, parchment, old and yellowed, sealed with wax that glowed faintly blue. "This is a copy of the initial audit findings. Preliminary, of course. The full results will require your presence and your magical signature." Harry stared at the document. He couldn't read it, the words seemed to shift and move when he tried to focus on them, like they were written in a language his eyes could see but his brain couldn't translate, but something about the parchment called to him. Pulled at him. Like it knew him. "I don't understand," Harry said honestly. "Few do," Ragnarok replied. "That is why I am here to explain. Your parents left behind more than memories, Harry Potter. They left behind vaults. Estates. Titles. An inheritance that has been mismanaged since their deaths. The goblins of Gringotts are bound by oath to protect that inheritance. We have failed in that duty. I intend to correct that failure." He glanced at Aunt Petunia, who had pressed herself against the wall as though trying to become part of the wallpaper. "The child will need to travel to our London branch. I trust you have no objection." "Objection?" Petunia's voice cracked. "He's 8 years old. You can't just take him." "The law says I can." Ragnarok's voice was flat. Uncompromising. The magical guardianship of Harry James Potter was transferred upon his parents' death to his nearest magical relative. As none exist, the responsibility fell to the Goblin Nation until such time as a proper wizarding guardian could be appointed. That guardianship has been contested over the years. But the original documents are clear. Harry Potter is, at this moment, under the protection of Gringotts Bank. And I am exercising that protection. Uncle Vernon's face had gone from cheese white to tomato red. You can't come into my house, and start making demands about a boy who isn't even. Isn't even what, Mr. Dursley? Ragnar's voice was soft now. Dangerously soft. Isn't even a wizard. Shall we test that theory? I have a truth-seeking quill in my pocket. It can detect magical ability in anyone within 20 feet. Would you like me to use it on your son? Vernon's red face went white again. That's what I thought. Ragnar turned back to Harry. Come. We don't have much time. The scans have already drawn attention that would be better avoided. We must reach Gringotts before certain parties realize what we've found. Harry looked down at the goblin. At the strange, impossible creature standing in the hallway of number 4, Privet Drive, where nothing strange or impossible had ever been allowed to exist. He should be afraid. He was afraid. But beneath the fear, rising up like bubbles from the bottom of a deep, dark lake, there was something else. Hope. I'll come, Harry said. He walked down the stairs. His legs felt strange, too long, too shaky, like they belonged to someone else. But he kept walking, one step at a time, until he stood face to face with Ragnar. The goblin was shorter than Harry. Up close, Harry could see the lines in his face, not wrinkles, exactly, but something older. Something that spoke of centuries, not years. His eyes held no warmth, but they held something else. Recognition. Respect. Good, Ragnar said. Take my hand. Harry reached out. Aunt Petunia made a sound, a protest, perhaps, or a plea. But Harry didn't look back. He placed his hand in Ragnar's, and the goblin's long fingers closed around his with surprising gentleness. The world twisted. Harry had experienced strange things before. The glass vanishing at the zoo. His hair growing back overnight after Aunt Petunia's disastrous attempt to cut it. Appearing on the school roof when Dudley's gang had chased him. But nothing, had prepared him for the sensation of his body being pulled through a space that didn't exist, squeezed through a tube made of darkness and stars, compressed and expanded and turned inside out all at once. He landed on his hands and knees on cold stone, gasping for breath. Apologies, Ragnar said. He wasn't even winded. The apparition can be disorienting for first-timers. You'll adjust. Harry pushed himself up slowly, his stomach churning, his head spinning. The room around him was vast, vaster than anything he had ever seen. Pillars of marble rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Chandeliers hung from invisible chains, their candles burning with flames that flickered blue and silver instead of orange and gold. And everywhere, there were goblins. They walked in pairs, in groups, alone, their robes rustling against the stone floor, their voices rising and falling in a language that sounded like breaking rocks and running water. They carried ledgers taller than Harry, quills that wrote without ink, lamps that glowed with captured starlight. Gringotts, Ragnar said. The only wizarding bank in Britain. The safest place in the magical world, save perhaps Hogwarts itself. And currently, the site of a very serious investigation. He led Harry through the crowd. The goblins they passed didn't stare, they barely glanced up from their work, but Harry felt their attention anyway, prickling against the back of his neck like unseen eyes. They stopped before a desk. Not a normal desk, this one was made of obsidian, polished to a mirror shine, and covered in papers that moved on their own accord, shuffling and sorting themselves into neat piles. Behind the desk sat another goblin, older than Ragnar, with a beard that reached his knees and eyes that seemed to have been carved from rubies. "Ragnarok," the old goblin said. "You found him." "I found him, Senior Account Manager Gornik." Ragnarok inclined his head. "The child is Harry Potter. Heir to the Potter, Peveril, and Black family lines. Potential heir to others, pending verification." Gornik's ruby eyes fixed on Harry. "He's young. He's 8. Too young for what we've found." Gornik sighed, a sound like stone grinding against stone. "But age doesn't matter when the magic is already stirring. The scans don't lie. Sit down, child. This will take a while." Harry sat in the chair that appeared behind him. It was too tall, his feet dangled above the floor, but it was also surprisingly comfortable, as though it had molded itself to his body the moment he touched it. "What's happening?" Harry asked. "What scans? What did you find?" Ragnarok and Gornik exchanged a glance. "The magical inheritance scan," Ragnarok said slowly, "is a standard procedure performed on all magical children when they are born, and again when their parents pass. It identifies the child's bloodline, their magical inheritance, their claims to property and titles. Your scan was performed at birth. It should have been performed again after your parents died." "It wasn't," Gornik said flatly. "Someone misplaced the paperwork. For 8 years." Harry frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means," Ragnarok said, "that we are only now discovering the full extent of what you inherited. And what you inherited is considerable." He spread his hands, and the papers on the obsidian desk rose into the air, arranging themselves in a circle around Harry's head. He couldn't read them, the words still shifted and twisted, but he could see the numbers. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. "Harry Potter," Ragnarok said, "you are the legal owner of 15 estates. 15 properties scattered across Britain, some magical, some hidden in plain sight. They belong to you. They have always belonged to you." Harry blinked. 15. 15, Gornik confirmed. "The primary Potter estate, Potter Manor, in Godric's Hollow. 3 smaller country properties. For commercial holdings in magical London. 2 Black family estates, inherited through your grandmother Doria Black. 4 Peveril properties, passed down through centuries of inheritance. And 1 unusual holding that we're still investigating. 15. The number echoed in Harry's head, too large to comprehend. He couldn't imagine owning one house. The Dursleys' house wasn't his, it was never his, never would be his. He slept in a room they allowed him to use. He ate food they allowed him to consume. Nothing belonged to him. But Ragnarok was saying 15. And the missing gold? Harry asked. Ragnarok's expression darkened. Every estate generates income. Rent from tenants, profits from commercial ventures, returns on investments. That income was supposed to be deposited into your trust vault, managed by your magical guardian until you came of age. Was it? No. Gornik's voice was ice. The deposit stopped the month after your parents died. According to our records, the rental income from your properties has been diverted to a different account. An account controlled by your magical guardian. Harry's blood went cold. My magical guardian? Albus Dumbledore, Ragnarok said. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The names meant nothing to Harry. They were just words, strange and foreign. But the way Ragnarok said them, the way his teeth showed when he spoke the final name, told Harry everything he needed to know. Has he been stealing from me? Harry asked quietly. The goblins exchanged another glance. We don't know yet, Ragnarok admitted. The paper trail is complex. Designed to be complex. Someone went to considerable effort to hide where the money was going. But we have accountants working on it. And we have this. He reached into his robes and withdrew a single sheet of parchment. Unlike the others, this one didn't move or shift. The words were still, clear, written in gold ink that seemed to glow. What is it? The original guardianship contract. Ragnarok laid it on the desk. Signed by Albus Dumbledore, witnessed by the Wisengamot, sealed with magic that binds until broken. In it, Dumbledore claims he is protecting your inheritance until such time as Harry Potter reaches the age of majority and can safely claim his birthright. Harry read the words. For once, they didn't shift away from him. They stayed still, letting him see them clearly. The undersigned accepts full legal and magical responsibility for the estates, vaults, titles, and properties belonging to Harry James Potter, to be managed in trust until his 17th birthday. That doesn't sound like stealing, Harry said slowly. No, Ragnarok agreed. But it would be stealing if Dumbledore used that authority to enrich himself or his allies. And that is what we suspect has happened. He pulled another document from the pile, this one covered in numbers, columns of figures that Harry couldn't follow. Preliminary estimates suggest that the rental income from your 15 estates over the past 8 years totals approximately 2 million galleons. Harry had no idea what a galleon was worth. But the number, 2 million, made his head spin. Of that, Ragnarok continued, exactly 0 galleons have been deposited into your trust vault. 0. Every canute, every sickle, every galleon, gone. Channeled elsewhere. And the tenants living in your properties have no idea they've been paying rent to the wrong person for 8 years. The room seemed to grow colder. Harry hugged his arms to his chest, suddenly aware of how thin his shirt was, how threadbare his trousers. Dudley's cast-offs, always too big, always stained. Can you get it back? He asked. Ragnarok's smile was sharp. Oh, we intend to. But first, we need to know exactly what we're dealing with. That's why you're here, Harry Potter. We need your magical signature to complete the audit. To open the sealed records. To see the full truth of what was taken from you. Harry looked at the parchment. At the goblins. At the vast, impossible hall around him. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs. The locked door. The way Aunt Petunia had stopped calling him by his name, replacing it with boy and freak and worse. The way Uncle Vernon's face purpled when Harry did something strange, something magical, something that reminded them all of the truth they were trying to bury. He thought about his parents. About the photographs hidden under the floorboard. About the snake at the zoo, and the way it had looked at him, really looked at him, like he was someone worth seeing. I'll sign, Harry said. Ragnarok nodded once, sharply. Then let us begin. He produced a quill, not a normal quill, but one made of silver, its tip already dripping with ink that shimmered like liquid starlight. A drop of blood, if you please. Just a small one. The parchment needs to know who you are. Harry held out his hand. Ragnarok pricked his finger. Harry winced at the sting, tiny, barely there, and watched as a single drop of blood swelled on his skin, then fell onto the parchment. The reaction was immediate. The gold ink blazed, flaring. So bright that Harry had to shield his eyes. The parchment rose into the air, unfolding and unfolding, growing larger and larger until it was the size of a bedsheet. Words appeared, thousands of them, tens of thousands, a cascade of information that poured across the page like water finding its level. And then, in letters of fire, one sentence burned itself into Harry's vision. Audit complete. 15 estates confirmed. 47 rental properties documented. Significant irregularities detected in fiduciary management. Possible magical coercion identified. Fraud indicators, 97.3%. The parchment fell back to the desk, smoking slightly. Ragnarok read the words. Gornik read the words. For a long moment, neither goblin spoke. Then Ragnar looked up at Harry, and his face, his sharp, angular, unreadable face, held an expression that Harry would remember for the rest of his life. Rage. Not at Harry. For Harry. 97.3%, Ragnar said softly. That is not a mistake, Harry Potter. That is not an error in accounting. That is theft. Deliberate, systematic, long-term theft. He reached across the desk and took Harry's hand, not to guide him this time, but to hold. To ground. Someone has been stealing from you since you were a baby. Someone powerful. Someone who thought they would never be caught. Ragnar's eyes burned. They were wrong. Harry stared at the smoking parchment. At the impossible numbers. At the truth that had been hidden from him for 8 years. Something was growing in his chest. Something hot and fierce and unfamiliar. Not hope this time. Fire. Who? Harry asked. His voice was steady. Older than 8 years old had any right to be. Who took my parents' money? Who's been living in my houses? Who signed that paper? Ragnar squeezed his hand once, then released it. We're going to find out, he said. Every name. Every transaction. Every lie. We're going to find out everything. He turned to Gornek. Prepare the deep audit. Full forensic magical. Tracing. I want every galleon accounted for, every signature verified, every ward breached if necessary. It will take weeks, Gornek warned. Maybe months. We have months. Ragnar's voice was iron. Harry Potter has waited 8 years for the truth. He can wait a little longer. But as he looked down at the boy, the small, thin, frightened boy with the lightning scar and the green eyes that held too much fire, Ragnar wondered if that was true. Because something had changed tonight. The truth was out. And the truth, once released, could never be put back in its cage. Harry didn't sleep that night. Ragnar had arranged for him to stay in a small chamber beneath Gringotts, a room carved from living rock, warmed by enchanted fires that burned without wood or coal. There was a bed with clean sheets. A plate of food that appeared when Harry sat at the small table. A window that looked out onto an underground cavern filled with glowing crystals instead of stars. Harry lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and thought about the parchment. 15 estates. 2 million galleons. A man named Albus Dumbledore who had signed a paper claiming the right to protect Harry's inheritance. And fraud indicators at 97.3%. He didn't know what any of it meant, not really, not yet. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty. His parents had left him something. Something valuable. Something worth stealing. And Harry Potter was going to get it back. He closed his eyes. The scar on his forehead tingled. And somewhere, far away, in a tower made of white stone, an old man with silver hair and twinkling blue eyes felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Something was coming. Something he had not anticipated. Something he had tried very, very hard to prevent. The truth. And it was far too late to stop it now. Chapter 2, 15 Missing Estates. The underground chamber held no concept of morning. Harry woke to darkness, not the absence of light, but the strange, perpetual twilight of the goblin realm, where crystals glowed and torches burned but the sun never touched. He sat up slowly, his body sore from yesterday's revelations, and found a fresh plate of food waiting on the table. Eggs that shimmered faintly gold. Toast that stayed warm no matter how long it sat. Pumpkin juice that tasted like autumn and secrets. He ate without tasting, his mind still tangled in the parchment's words. 15 estates. The number had grown larger overnight, expanding in his imagination until he couldn't picture it anymore. 15 houses. 15 castles. 15 something, something that belonged to him, something that had been kept hidden, something that people had been living in without his knowledge. A knock came at the door. Not a normal knock, this one was a pattern, 3 sharp raps followed by 2 soft ones, like a code. Harry recognized it from yesterday. Ragnarok. "Come in," Harry said. The door swung open silently. Ragnarok stood in the threshold, his crimson robes replaced by deep purple today, embroidered with silver runes that seemed to absorb the light around them. His face was unreadable, but his eyes, those black, glittering eyes, held something that looked almost like satisfaction. "Good morning, Herr Potter." Ragnarok inclined his head. "I trust you slept adequately." Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. "Excellent. Then we have work to do." Ragnarok stepped aside, gesturing for Harry to follow. "The deep audit has progressed further than expected. My accountants worked through the night. Goblins have less need for sleep than humans, and considerably more motivation when gold is involved." Harry followed him into the corridor. The stone walls here were different from the main hall, older, rougher, covered in carvings that told stories Harry couldn't read. Battles and births, deaths and discoveries. The history of a people written in stone. "Where are we going?" Harry asked. "To the audit chamber." Ragnarok's voice echoed. "Off the walls." The preliminary findings were incomplete. "We have new information now. Information that changes everything." They walked in silence for several minutes, descending staircases that spiraled deeper into the earth, passing through doorways that sealed themselves behind them with soft clicks. The air grew colder. The crystals grew brighter. And finally, they emerged into a chamber that stole Harry's breath. The room was circular, perhaps 50 feet across, with a ceiling that arched so high Harry couldn't see the top. But the ceiling wasn't what caught his attention. The walls were covered in maps. Not ordinary maps, these moved. Rivers flowed. Trees swayed. Tiny figures walked along roads, entered buildings, tended fields. Harry watched a miniature farmer harvest wheat from a field no larger than his palm, and felt his brain struggle to process what he was seeing. "Property maps," Ragnarok said. "Every magical estate in Britain, mapped and monitored by Gringotts since the bank's founding. We track ownership, boundaries, magical signatures, and, most importantly, income." He walked to the center of the room, where a circular table held a stack of parchment taller than Harry himself. "The Potter family holdings have been marked on these maps for 7 centuries. Your ancestors were among the first wizards to claim land in Britain after the Romans left. They chose well, fertile ground, strategic locations, properties rich in magical ley lines." Harry approached one of the maps slowly. His eyes were drawn to a cluster of markers in the southwest corner of England, tiny golden pins that pulsed with light. "The Potter estates," Ragnarok confirmed, following his gaze. 15 of them, scattered across the country. But those are just the primary properties. The estates themselves contain additional holdings, cottages, farms, commercial buildings. In total, you own 47 income-generating properties. 47. The number was too large. Harry's mind refused to hold it. He owned 47 places where people lived and worked and paid rent. That's... Harry trailed off. "Impossible?" Ragnarok's lips curved. "For a normal 8-year-old, yes. But you are not a normal 8-year-old, Harry Potter. You are the heir to 3 ancient bloodlines, each with centuries of accumulated wealth. The Potter family alone was one of the wealthiest in magical Britain before your grandfather's time. The Peveril properties date back to the 10th century. And the Black estates, well, the Blacks were never known for their modesty." He gestured to the table. "Sit. We have much to discuss." Harry sat. The chair was too tall again, but this time it adjusted itself, shrinking until his feet touched the floor. He tried not to show how much that startled him. Ragnarok spread the first parchment across the table. It was enormous, nearly 4 feet wide, and covered in handwriting so small and precise that Harry had to squint to see it. Potter Manor, Ragnarok began, tapping a symbol at the top of the page. Your primary ancestral home. Located in Godric's Hollow, the same village where your parents died. 15 bedrooms, 12 bathrooms, a ballroom capable of holding 300 guests, kitchens that have fed 7 generations of Potters, and grounds spanning 40 acres of enchanted forest and meadow. Harry stared at the description. 15 bedrooms. A ballroom. 40 acres. He thought about his cupboard under the stairs. The mattress that smelled of dust. The locked door. Who lives there now? Harry asked. Ragnarok's expression darkened. That is the problem, Herr Potter. According to our records, Potter Manor has been occupied since your parents' deaths. Not by your magical guardian, as would be proper. By a family named Malfoy. Harry frowned. Malfoy? Lucius Malfoy and his wife Narcissa. Wealthy purebloods. Prominent supporters of the Ministry of Magic. And, according to the rental agreement we discovered in Dumbledore's files, tenants of Potter Manor for the past 8 years. Harry's hands curled into fists beneath the table. They've been living in my house. Renting it, Ragnarok corrected. At a rate of 5,000 galleons per month. 60,000 galleons per year. 480,000 galleons over 8 years. And where did that money go? Ragnarok pulled another parchment from the stack. This is the financial trail we've reconstructed so far. The Malfoys paid their rent to a holding company registered in the Channel Islands, a shell corporation controlled by a magical solicitor named Tiberius Ogden. Ogden then transferred the funds to a trust account at Gringotts. That trust account is, wait for it. He pointed to a name at the bottom of the page. The Hogwarts School Discretionary Fund. Harry read the words 3 times. Professor Dumbledore's school. The same. Ragnarok's voice was flat. The same headmaster who signed your guardianship papers. The same man who claimed he was protecting your inheritance. The same man who has been using your family's home to fund, what, exactly? We don't know yet. But we intend to find out. Harry felt the fire in his chest again, that hot, fierce thing that had woken when he saw the parchment yesterday. What about the other estates? Ragnarok spread more parchments across the table. 14 more. Each one marked with a name, a date, and a number that made Harry's stomach clench. Estate number 2, Peveril Keep. Located on the coast of Cornwall. A fortress originally built in 982 to defend against Viking raiders. Currently occupied by the Greengrass family, wealthy purebloods with connections to the ministry. Monthly rent, 8,000 galleons. Estate number 3, Black Manor. Located in the Scottish Highlands. Inherited through your great-grandmother, Doria Black. Currently occupied by Amelia Bones and her family. The Bones are an old wizarding family with significant political influence. Monthly rent. 6,000 galleons. Estate number 4, the Potter Townhouse. Located in the heart of magical London, on Diagon Alley itself. Currently operating as a high-end apothecary called Slug and Jiggers. Monthly rent, 3,000 galleons. On and on it went. Estates in Wales, in Ireland, in the northern moors and southern downs. Castles and cottages, farms and shops, a lighthouse off the coast of Scotland and a vineyard in the French countryside. Each one occupied. Each one generating rent. Each one feeding money into a system that had never reached Harry. The total, Ragnarok said finally, is staggering. In 8 years, your properties have generated approximately 2.3 million galleons in rental income. After expenses, taxes, maintenance, magical upkeep, the net profit stands at 1.8 million galleons. Harry did the math in his head. The Dursleys spent maybe £50 a week on groceries, less when they were trying to save money. They complained about bills constantly, argued about money at dinner, told Harry he was costing them too much just by existing. 1.8 million galleons. He didn't know the exchange rate between galleons and pounds. It didn't matter. The number was so large it had stopped meaning anything. Where did it all go? Harry whispered. Ragnar spread his hands. That is the question that will keep my accountants busy for months. We've traced the surface-level transfers, the rent money that flowed through shell companies and trust accounts to various destinations. But the deeper network remains hidden. Layers upon layers of magical obfuscation. Someone spent a great deal of time and effort to make sure no one could follow the money. Professor Dumbledore? We don't know yet. The trail leads to him, but whether he is the architect or simply the beneficiary, that remains unclear. Ragnar paused, choosing his next words carefully. Harry, I must be honest with you. What we have discovered so far is explosive. If the full truth comes out, it will shake the foundations of magical Britain. The chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump, the most respected wizard of our age, accused of stealing from an orphan. Ragnar shook his head. There will be consequences. Some will believe you. Many will not. And those who are implicated in this scheme will fight back. They have power, influence, and resources. They will try to discredit you, silence you, or worse. Harry thought about the Dursleys. About the way Uncle Vernon's face had purpled when Harry did something strange. About the cupboard under the stairs. About the locked door. I'm not afraid, Harry said. And he meant it. Ragnar studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled, a real smile, not the sharp-toothed grimace he'd worn before. No, he said. I don't think you are. Good. You'll need that courage in the days ahead. He rolled up the parchments and placed them in a leather satchel, which he handed to Harry. These are copies for you. Keep them safe. Study them. Learn the names of your properties, the locations, the tenants. Knowledge is power, Herr Potter. And you have been kept in the dark for far too long. Harry took the satchel. It was heavier than he expected, not from the parchment, but from the weight of what it contained. His history. His inheritance. The truth that had been stolen from him. What happens now? Harry asked. Now, Ragnar said, we visit one of your estates. Harry's heart stuttered. Visit? We need to verify the condition of the properties. The audit is thorough, but there's no substitute for seeing with your own eyes. And there is another matter. Ragnar's expression grew serious. The magical wards on your estates recognize blood. They should recognize you as the heir. If they do, if they respond to your presence, we will have confirmation that the inheritance is truly yours. Irrefutable magical evidence. But, won't the people living there see us? The Malfoys are away today, a meeting at the ministry. I've checked. Ragnar's smile returned, sharper this time. We will have the manor to ourselves. For a few hours, at least. Operating with Ragnar was easier the second time. Harry's stomach still lurched, his head still spun, but he managed to keep his feet when they landed. Barely. They stood in a field of tall grass, the sun warm on Harry's face, real sun, not the enchanted glow of the goblin caverns. In front of them, rising from a gentle slope, stood a house that made Harry forget how to breathe. Potter Manor was not a castle. It was something better. The building sprawled across the hillside, 3 stories tall, built from honey-colored stone that glowed in the afternoon light. Towers rose from each corner, not the grim, forbidding towers of Hogwarts, but graceful spirals with windows that caught the sun like diamonds. Ivy climbed the walls in careful patterns, as though it had been trained to grow exactly where it looked most beautiful. Chimneys dotted the roofline, and smoke curled from several of them, pale blue against the sky. But it was the grounds that made Harry's chest ache. Gardens stretched in every direction, roses and lavender and flowers Harry couldn't name, all blooming in colors that seemed too bright, too vivid, too alive. A fountain in the distance sent water dancing into the air. Trees older than England cast dappled shadows across winding paths. And somewhere, hidden among the greenery, Harry heard the sound of children laughing. "Home," Ragnar said quietly. "This should have been your home, Harry Potter." Harry walked forward. His feet carried him without conscious thought. Through the field, past a stone wall covered in moss, through a gate that swung open at his approach. The air smelled different here, sweeter, cleaner, like rain on fresh earth. The grass was soft beneath his trainers. The sun was warm on his scar. He stopped at the edge of the garden and looked up at the manor. The windows watched him. Not in a threatening way, more like the house was looking at him, trying to decide if he was who he claimed to be. Harry felt the weight of that attention, ancient and patient, and something in his chest reached back. "I'm here," he thought. "I'm home." The door opened. Not by Ragnar's magic. Not by any spell Harry could see. The great oak doors simply swung inward, revealing an entrance hall that glittered with chandeliers and mirrors and portraits that turned to watch him approach. Ragnar made a sound of satisfaction. "The wards recognized you." "As I expected." Harry stepped inside. The entrance hall was vast, 3 stories tall, with a staircase that split in 2 and curved up toward galleries lined with paintings. The floor was black and white marble, polished to a mirror shine. A fireplace big enough to stand and crackled at the far end, its flames dancing without wood or coal. And the portraits. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. All along the walls, from floor to ceiling, men and women in old-fashioned clothing watched Harry with expressions ranging from curiosity to hope to tears. "A Potter," one of them whispered, "a woman with red hair and kind eyes. A true Potter, come home at last." "James's boy," said a man who looked startlingly like Harry, the same messy black hair, the same glasses, the same face shape. "Look at him. Look at those eyes. Lily's eyes." Harry's breath caught. "You knew my parents?" The man's portrait smiled, but there was grief in it. "I am Fleamont Potter. Your grandfather." "And yes, Harry. I knew them. I loved them. And I have waited 8 years for this moment." Harry felt tears prick his eyes. He blinked them back fiercely. He had cried enough over the Dursleys, he would not cry now, not here, not in front of people who had loved his family. "Why didn't anyone tell me?" Harry asked. "Why didn't anyone come for me?" The portraits exchanged uncomfortable glances. "Someone did come for you," Fleamont said slowly. "Albus Dumbledore. He arranged for you to be placed with your mother's sister, Petunia. He said it was for your protection. That the Blood Wards would keep you safe from the Dark Lord's remaining followers. But he didn't tell you about the estates," Ragnar cut in. "He didn't tell you about the money. He took your inheritance and scattered it to the winds, and he left you with people who hate magic and everything it represents." Fleamont's portrait darkened. "We didn't know. The portraits in this house have been confused since the manor was sealed after James and Lily died. The new occupants, the Malfoys, blocked our connection to the outside world. We couldn't reach out. Couldn't send messages. Couldn't do anything but wait. Until now," Ragnar said. "Now, the heir has returned. And the wards are waking." Even as he spoke, Harry felt it, a subtle shift in the air around him, like the manor was stretching after a long sleep. The crystals in the chandeliers glowed brighter. The fire in the hearth burned warmer. The portraits sat up straighter, their eyes clearer, their colors more vivid. "The family magic is responding," Fleamont said, wonder in his voice. "Harry, you're awakening it. Just by being here." Harry didn't know what that meant. But he felt it, a warmth spreading through his chest, through his limbs, through his scar. Something ancient and powerful was uncurling inside him, stirring after years of dormancy. Welcome home, it seemed to say. We've missed you. The tour of Potter Manor took 2 hours. Ragnarok led Harry through room after room, the library, which held more books than Harry could count, the ballroom, with its crystal chandeliers and floor that could transform into a frozen lake for skating, the kitchens, where pots stirred themselves and ovens preheated at a word, the gardens, where flowers sang softly in harmonies Harry could almost recognize. But it was the east wing that made Harry stop. The door was locked when they reached it, not with a normal lock, but with a magical seal that glowed faintly gold. Ragnarok examined it with narrowed eyes. Dumbledore's work, he said. Sealed to prevent access. What's inside? I don't know. The property records don't specify. But given the strength of the seal. Ragnarok touched the door, and the gold light flared, pushing his hand back. Something important. Something Dumbledore didn't want anyone to find. Harry stepped forward. He didn't know why. He didn't plan it. His hand simply rose, and his fingers pressed against the seal, and the gold light broke. Not shattered. Not exploded. Simply dissolved, like morning mist under sunlight, fading away until the door stood unmarked and unguarded. Ragnarok stared. That should not have been possible. That seal was keyed to Dumbledore's magical signature. No one else should have been able to open it. The wards recognized Harry as the heir, Fleamont's portrait said from down the hall. The family magic overrides all other claims. Even Dumbledore's. Harry pushed the door open. The room beyond was circular, lit by windows that showed not the garden outside, but the sky, endless and star-filled, as though the room existed somewhere else entirely. In the center stood a pedestal, and on the pedestal rested a single object. A book. No, not a book. A journal. Bound in dragon hide, sealed with a clasp shaped like a stag, its pages yellowed with age. Harry walked toward it. His footsteps echoed in the strange, starlit space. The air grew warmer with each step, and the journal seemed to pulse with a light of its own, soft, silvery, welcoming. He reached out and opened the clasp. The journal fell open to the first page. The handwriting inside was familiar, the same slanted script as the letters his mother had written to her friends, the letters Harry had found in the Dursley's attic and read 100 times in secret. My dearest Harry, the first line read. Asterisk if you're reading this, then I am gone, and you have found your way home. I'm so proud of you, asterisk. Harry's vision blurred. The world is going to try to tell you who you are, his mother's voice seemed to whisper from the page. Asterisk don't let them. You are not a weapon. You are not a symbol. You are not a burden. You are my son. My beloved, precious, miraculous son. And everything I did, everything, was for you, asterisk. Asterisk this journal contains the truth about our family. The secrets they tried to bury. The power they tried to hide. Read carefully, Harry. Trust your heart. And never, ever forget that you are loved, asterisk. All my love. Mum. Harry closed the journal and held it against his chest. He didn't cry. He was done crying. But something broke inside him, a wall he hadn't known he'd built, a dam he hadn't known he'd constructed. And through the crack poured light. Warmth. Hope, but not the tentative, fragile hope of before. Something stronger. Something that felt like steel wrapped in sunlight. I want to see the other estates, Harry said. His voice was steady. All of them. I want to see what else they've been hiding. Ragnarok nodded slowly. That can be arranged. But Harry. I know. Harry turned to face him. There will be consequences. People will be angry. People will try to stop me. I don't care. He looked down at the journal in his hands. My parents left me this for a reason, he said. They trusted me to find it. They trusted me to use it. And I'm not going to let them down. Outside, the sun was setting over Potter Manor, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. The gardens sang softly. The portraits watched in silence. And somewhere, far away, in a tower made of white stone, Albus Dumbledore felt the first thread of his carefully woven web begin to unravel. The heir had awakened. The estates were calling. And the truth, all of it, was coming for him. Harry slipped the journal into the satchel beside the parchments and walked out of the room without looking back. He had 15 estates to reclaim. And he was just getting started. Chapter 3, Following the Gold. The goblin accountants worked in a chamber that smelled of old parchment and older magic. Harry sat in a corner of the room, the leather satchel clutched against his chest, watching as dozens of goblins moved between towering shelves of ledgers and filing cabinets that stretched toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Their quills moved constantly, scratching across parchment in languages Harry couldn't read but could somehow feel. The words carried weight, significance, truth in ways that normal writing never did. 3 days had passed since he'd visited Potter Manor. 3 days of sleeping in the underground chamber, eating food that appeared when he was hungry, and reading his mother's journal by the light of glowing crystals. The journal was thick, hundreds of pages, and Harry had only made it through the first section. His mother wrote about the Potter family history, the origins of their wealth, the secrets passed down through generations. She wrote about love, too. About meeting James Potter at Hogwarts. About the war that had consumed their world. About the prophecy that had marked Harry for death before he could walk. "You are special, Harry," she had written in the margins of one page. Asterisk, not because of the prophecy. Not because of the Dark Lord. Because you are you. Because you have a heart that loves fiercely and a will that never breaks. That is your real power. Never forget it, asterisk. Harry hadn't forgotten. He had read that line 17 times, tracing the letters with his finger, feeling closer to his mother than he ever had before. But now, he watched the goblins work, and he waited. Ragnarok stood at the center of the chamber, surrounded by floating ledgers that turned their own pages. His face was tight with concentration, his long fingers tracing invisible patterns in the air as magical symbols appeared and disappeared around him. "We've found another layer," Ragnarok said, not looking up. The Channel Islands shell companies were just the beginning. The money moved through at least 7 different holding structures before reaching its final destination. "Where?" Harry asked. Ragnarok's eyes flickered toward him. "That's the problem, Heir Potter. We've traced the gold to 17 different accounts, spread across 3 different banks, in 2 different countries. But every account we find leads to another account. It's like chasing smoke." One of the other goblins, a female with silver-streaked hair and spectacles perched on her long nose, looked up from her ledger. "The magical signatures are masked. Whoever designed this system knew exactly what they were doing. They layered concealment charms over concealment charms, keyed to specific bloodlines so only certain people could access certain documents." "Can you break them?" Harry asked. The female goblin smiled, a thin, sharp expression. "We're goblins, young Potter. Breaking things is what we do best. But it takes time. And patience. And a great deal of expensive magical reagents." She looked at Ragnarok. "We need to bring in a cursebreaker. Someone who specializes in financial wards." Ragnarok nodded slowly. "I was afraid of that. Cursebreakers are expensive. And the good ones are never available on short notice." "How much money is in my vault?" Harry asked. The room went quiet. Ragnarok turned to face him fully. "Your trust vault, the one you should have been able to access since birth, currently holds exactly 713 galleons, 9 sickles, and 2 nuts." Harry blinked. "Is that a lot? For a normal 8-year-old? "Yes. For the heir to the Potter, Peveril, and Black fortunes. Ragnar's expression darkened. It's an insult. Your grandfather Fleamont was one of the wealthiest wizards in Britain. His potions innovations alone generated millions. The fact that your trust vault contains less than 1,000 galleons is proof, proof, that systematic theft has occurred. But you said we needed expensive reagents. If I don't have the money. The money exists, Harry. Ragnar stepped closer, his voice softening. It's just not in your vault. It's out there, scattered across the accounts we're trying to trace. Once we find it, once we break through the concealment charms, we can reclaim it. But to find it, we need resources we don't currently have. Harry thought about this. He thought about the Dursleys, who never had enough money for anything. He thought about his own empty pockets, the way he'd learned to make do with nothing. Then he thought about Potter Manor. About the gold that had been stolen from him. About a man named Dumbledore who had signed papers claiming to protect him. What if we didn't try to trace all of it at once? Harry asked slowly. Ragnar raised an eyebrow. Explain. What if we just traced one account? The biggest one. Follow the money from one tenant, through all the layers, to wherever it ends up. If we can prove that even one galleon was stolen, if we can show the path clearly, with evidence, wouldn't that help us get the rest? The goblins exchanged glances. That's surprisingly strategic, the female goblin said. For an 8-year-old. Harry shrugged. The Dursleys never let me watch television, but Dudley did. I saw a lot of crime shows. The detectives always said follow the money. Ragnar laughed, a genuine sound, rough and surprised. He's got you there, Griphook. Follow the money. The simplest advice, and the most difficult to execute. He turned to the floating ledgers, swiping his hand through the air. The pages flipped rapidly, numbers blurring past, until they stopped on a single page filled with gold ink entries. The Malfoys, Ragnar said. Their rental payments are the largest single source of income. 5,000 galleons per month, every month, for 8 years. 480,000 galleons total. If we can trace that money, prove where it went, we'll have our case. Show me, Harry said. Ragnar waved his hand, and the ledger pages multiplied, spreading across the air like a fan. Each page showed a different stage of the money's journey. The Malfoys paid their rent to a holding company called Arcane Holdings Limited. That company is registered in the Channel Islands, owned by a wizard named Tiberius Ogden. Ogden is a former member of the Wizengamot, a close associate of Albus Dumbledore, and, conveniently, the current chairman of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Harry filed that name away. Tiberius Ogden. Connected to Dumbledore. Connected to Hogwarts. From Arcane Holdings, the money was transferred to a trust account at Gringotts, account number 417B. That account was opened the same month Harry's parents died. The signatory on the account is. Ragnar paused, his eyes narrowing. Who? Harry pressed. Minerva McGonagall. Harry didn't recognize the name. Who is she? Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. Head of Gryffindor House. One of Dumbledore's most trusted allies. Ragnar's voice was flat. She signed for the account. She approved the transfers. Whether she knew what she was signing, that remains to be seen. Harry felt the fire in his chest grow hotter. Keep going. From account 417B, the money was divided into 3 streams. Stream 1 went to Hogwarts School Discretionary Fund, which we've already identified. Stream 2 went to a private account belonging to Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. And Stream 3. Ragnar's voice trailed off. And Stream 3? Harry asked. Went to a vault. Ragnar pulled a single parchment from the floating display. A vault that doesn't officially exist. There's no number, no owner name, no recorded transactions. Just a magical signature keyed to the account. Whose signature? Ragnarok was quiet for a long moment. That's the problem, Harry. The signature is yours. The words hung in the air like a physical weight. Mine. Harry's voice cracked. But. I'm 8. I didn't sign anything. No, Ragnarok agreed. You didn't. But someone used your magical signature to authorize the account. Someone who had access to you as a baby. Someone who could have taken a hair, a drop of blood, a thread from a blanket, anything containing your magical essence. Someone like a magical guardian, Harry whispered. Someone exactly like a magical guardian. The room felt colder now. Harry pulled his arms around himself, suddenly aware of how small he was, how young, how vulnerable. Someone had used him, used his magic, to hide stolen gold. Can you trace the vault? Harry asked. If it doesn't officially exist, can you find it? Ragnarok's expression shifted, something hard and determined settling into his features. Gringotts has existed for over 1,000 years, Harry Potter. There are no secret vaults. There are only vaults that people have been paid to forget about. And goblins have very long memories. He turned to the female goblin, Griphook, Harry remembered. Prepare a deep earth divination. I want the location of that vault within the week. Griphook nodded and disappeared into the shelves. Ragnarok turned back to Harry. We're close. I can feel it. The gold is out there, and we're going to find it. But Harry, his voice softened. What we find may be ugly. The people involved in this scheme are powerful. They will not go quietly. Are you prepared for that? Harry looked down at his mother's journal, visible in the satchel's opening. He thought about her words, asterisk you have a heart that loves fiercely and a will that never breaks asterisk, and felt something settle in his chest. Yes, Harry said. I'm prepared. The break came 3 days later. Harry was in the underground chamber, reading about the Peveril family history, when Ragnarok burst through the door. The goblin's robes were disheveled, his eyes wild, his hands shaking. We found it. Harry was on his feet instantly. The vault? The signature trail. We broke through. The concealment charms on account 417B. Ragnarok's voice was hoarse, as though he'd been shouting. The money didn't just go to Dumbledore and Hogwarts. It went to 17 other accounts. Accounts controlled by members of the Wisengamot. Ministry officials. Hogwarts professors. Wealthy pure-blood families. He spread a parchment across the table, this one covered in names, each one marked with a number, each number representing galleons that should have belonged to Harry. Cornelius Fudge, 20,000 galleons. Harry didn't know the name. Minister for Magic, Ragnarok said. The highest elected official in magical Britain. He received 20,000 galleons from your accounts. Harry's stomach turned. Amelia Bones, 15,000 galleons. Harry remembered that name. Black Manor. The Bones family was renting one of his estates. They were paying rent to someone else, but they were also receiving money from his accounts. Rufus Scrimgeour, 12,000 galleons. Head of the Auror Office. The man responsible for hunting dark wizards. Barty Crouch, 25,000 galleons. Head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Lucius Malfoy, 100,000 galleons. Harry blinked. Lucius Malfoy. The same Lucius Malfoy who's been living in Potter Manor. The same. Ragnarok's voice was grim. He paid rent to Dumbledore's shell company, and Dumbledore's shell company paid him back, more than twice what he originally gave. It's a money laundering scheme, Harry. They've been cycling your gold through different accounts, skimming profits at every stage, enriching themselves at your expense. Harry sat down heavily. The room spun around him, the names blurring together. Minister for Magic. Head Auror. Department heads. Wealthy purebloods. All of them connected. All of them taking money that should have been his. Why? Harry whispered. Why would they need to steal from me? They already have money, the parchment said they're wealthy. Because wealth is never enough for people like that, Ragnarok said. Power is never enough. They take because they can. Because no one stops them. Because they believed correctly, until now, that no one would ever find out. He pointed to another name on the parchment. This is the one that concerns me most. Harry read the name. He didn't recognize it. Peter Pettigrew. Who is he? Ragnarok's expression was unreadable. Peter Pettigrew is dead. He was killed 12 years ago, supposedly by Sirius Black, who is now imprisoned in Azkaban for the murder. But according to these records, someone using Pettigrew's magical signature has been receiving payments from your accounts for the past 8 years. Harry's blood went cold. A dead man, Ragnarok continued, has been collecting rent from your properties. Someone has been impersonating him, using his magical signature, stealing from you while pretending to be a corpse. Harry thought about his parents. About the war that had killed them. About the friend who had betrayed them, Sirius Black, the Dursleys had said once, when they thought Harry wasn't listening. The man who had supposedly murdered Pettigrew and 12 muggles before being sent to wizard prison. But if Pettigrew was dead, who was receiving the payments? There's something else. Ragnarok pulled another parchment from his robes. The deep audit of your parents' final accounts revealed irregularities regarding the night they died. Harry's heart stopped. We found records of a Fidelius charm registration. The charm was cast on your parents' cottage in Godric's Hollow. The secret keeper was recorded as. Ragnarok paused. Sirius Black. But Black betrayed them, Harry said. Everyone knows that. He told Voldemort where they were hiding. Do they? Ragnarok's voice was soft. Or did someone tell them that, and they believed it without question? He laid the parchment on the table. Harry stared at it, watching the words shift and settle. Fidelius charm registration. Property, cottage, Godric's Hollow. Residence, James Potter, Lily Potter, Harry Potter. Secret keeper, Sirius Black. Status, active. But there was another line beneath it. A line that had been crossed out, but not fully erased. Harry squinted, and the word swam into focus. Secret keeper changed to Peter Pettigrew. Someone changed the secret keeper, Ragnarok said. The records are damaged, magically tampered with, but the residue is still there. Sirius Black was the original secret keeper. But 11 days before your parents died, the registration was altered. Pettigrew became the secret keeper. Harry's mind raced. If Pettigrew was the secret keeper, then Pettigrew was the only one who could have revealed the location. Pettigrew, who was supposedly dead. Pettigrew, who had been receiving payments from Harry's accounts for 8 years. Pettigrew isn't dead, Harry said slowly. He faked his death. Blamed Black. And he's been hiding ever since. And someone has been helping him hide, Ragnarok agreed. Someone with access to your accounts. Someone who could funnel money to him without raising suspicion. Someone who could alter ministry records to cover his tracks. Dumbledore. The name hung in the air like a curse. Ragnarok didn't confirm it. He didn't deny it. He simply said, we need more evidence. The financial trail is strong, but the magical signature trail is stronger. If we can prove that Pettigrew is alive, if we can find him, everything unravels. Black goes free. Dumbledore's guardianship comes into question. And the full extent of the theft becomes undeniable. How do we find him? Ragnarok smiled, a predator's smile, sharp and hungry. We follow the gold. The next week passed in a blur of parchment and numbers and names. Harry learned more about magical finance than most adults ever would. He learned about ley lines and property valuations, about trust funds and inheritance taxes, about the complex web of laws that governed wizarding wealth. He learned that his ancestors had been merchants and inventors, politicians and warriors, that the Potter name carried weight in circles he had never known existed. He also learned about betrayal. Every name on Ragnarok's list was someone who should have protected him. Ministry officials sworn to uphold the law. Hogwarts professors trusted to educate children. Wealthy purebloods who claimed to value tradition and honor. All of them had taken his gold. All of them had kept silent while he slept in a cupboard under the stairs. All of them had looked the other way while the boy who lived was treated like garbage by muggles who hated magic. They knew, Harry said one night, staring at the ceiling of his chamber. They had to know. Someone must have checked on me. Someone must have seen the Dursleys, seen how they treated me. But no one came. Ragnarok sat in a chair across the room, reading through a stack of ledgers. He looked up at Harry's words, his dark eyes unreadable. People see what they want to see, Ragnarok said. Dumbledore told them you were safe. Happy. Well cared for. And they believed him because it was easier than asking questions. Easier than investigating. Easier than admitting that the great Albus Dumbledore might have made a mistake. But it wasn't a mistake. Harry's voice was hard. He signed the papers. He controlled the accounts. He knew where the money was going. Yes, Ragnarok agreed. He knew. Harry sat up, his hands curling into fists. I want to see him. I want to look him in the eyes and ask him why. That would be unwise. At this stage. Why? Because he's powerful. Because he could hurt me. Because he could charm you. Ragnarok set down his ledger. Dumbledore is not a stupid man, Harry. He is not a clumsy thief. He is a master manipulator, perhaps the greatest of his age. If you confront him now, he will smile and apologize and explain that everything he did was for your own good. He will make you doubt yourself. He will make you thank him. Harry thought about this. About the way the Dursleys always made him feel like he was the problem, like his existence was the mistake, like he should be grateful for the scraps they threw him. Then what do I do? Wait. Ragnarok leaned forward. Let us build our case. Let us gather evidence that cannot be charmed away or explained. Let us find Pettigrew, if he still lives. And when the time is right, when the proof is undeniable, we will bring it before the Wizengamot. We will let the truth speak for itself. And Dumbledore will have to answer for what he's done. In front of the entire magical world. With no escape and no excuses. Harry nodded slowly. He could wait. He had waited 8 years already. What was a few more weeks? But the fire in his chest didn't dim. It burned brighter. The breakthrough came on a Tuesday. Harry was practicing writing his name in magical script, a requirement for the inheritance paperwork, when Griphook burst into the chamber, her spectacles askew and her face flushed with excitement. We found the vault. Harry dropped his quill. The secret vault. The one keyed to your signature. Griphook was practically vibrating. It's in the oldest section of Gringotts, deep underground, past the dragon enclosures, in a level that hasn't been opened in centuries. The wards are ancient. Powerful. But they're keyed to Potter blood, just like the manor. Ragnarok appeared in the doorway, his robes billowing. How did you locate it? The deep earth divination revealed a magical signature anomaly. We followed it down, level by level, until we hit a ward barrier that matched the Potter family crest. Griphook's eyes shone. It's real. The vault exists. And Harry is the only one who can open it. Harry's heart pounded. What's inside? We don't know. The wards are too strong for standard detection spells. But given the age of the barrier and the level of protection. Grip hook. Paused. It could be anything. Gold. Artifacts. Family secrets. Things that someone wanted very badly to hide. Things that Dumbledore wanted to hide, Harry corrected. Ragnar nodded slowly. The timing is too precise. The vault was sealed the month after your parents died. The same month the rental payments started being diverted. Someone knew about this vault, knew what was inside, and didn't want you to find it. Harry stood up. His legs felt shaky, but his voice was steady. I want to see it. I want to open it. Harry. I want to see what they've been hiding from me. Ragnar and Griphook exchanged glances. Then Ragnar sighed, a sound like stones settling. Very well. But we go together. And if the wards are too dangerous, we turn back. Understood? Harry nodded. But as he followed the goblins out of the chamber, down staircases that spiraled deeper than he'd ever gone, past doorways that sealed themselves with the sound of ancient locks turning, he felt something shift inside him. The fire in his chest was changing. Becoming something colder. Something harder. Something that felt like steel. The vault was close. And the truth, all of it, was waiting inside. Chapter 4, The Secret Files. The descent took 47 minutes. Harry counted every one of them, measuring time by the echo of his footsteps on ancient stone and the rhythmic drip of water somewhere far below. The passageways grew narrower as they descended, the ceilings lower, the air thicker with the smell of earth and age and something else, something that made the hair on Harry's arms stand on end. Ragnar led the way, his silver-topped cane tapping against the floor in a pattern that seemed to open doors before they reached them. Griphook followed behind Harry, her spectacles glowing faintly in the darkness, her fingers tracing protective runes in the air as they walked. The oldest vaults were carved by goblins before humans discovered magic, Ragnar said, his voice echoing strangely. In the confined space. They were meant to hold things that could not be trusted to the surface. Things that would corrupt or destroy or simply forget, if exposed to sunlight for too long. Harry's chest tightened. What kind of things? Treasures beyond imagining. Weapons that could level cities. Knowledge that could unravel reality. Ragnar glanced back at him, his dark eyes glinting. And secrets. The worst secrets of all. They passed through a door made of solid iron, 30 feet tall, covered in warnings written in a language that made Harry's eyes water when he tried to read it. Ragnar touched the door with his cane, and it swung open silently, revealing a cavern so vast that Harry couldn't see the other side. In the center of the cavern, surrounded by a moat of molten silver, stood a vault. It wasn't like the other vaults Harry had seen in Gringotts, the small, brass-doored compartments that lined the upper levels. This vault was a structure unto itself, carved from black stone veined with gold, its surface covered in symbols that pulsed with soft, rhythmic light. The door was circular, like the entrance to a dwarven mine, and it bore a single symbol, the Potter family crest. A shield. A stag. 3 stars. Harry's crest. The wards are strong, Griphook said, pulling a device from her robes, a complicated arrangement of crystals and copper wire that hummed as she held it up. But they're responding to your presence. The magical signature is, singing. Harry didn't know what that meant. But he felt it, a pull in his chest, a warmth spreading through his limbs, a sense that something on the other side of that door knew him and had been waiting for him for a very long time. How do I open it? Harry asked. Ragnar stepped aside. Press your hand to the crest. The vault will do the rest. Harry walked forward. The moat of molten silver hissed as he approached, but the heat didn't bother him. Neither did the symbols that blazed brighter with every step. He felt protected, held, known in a way he had never felt among the Dursleys. He reached the door and placed his palm against the Potter crest. The reaction was immediate. Gold light exploded from the symbol, racing across the door's surface like lightning, tracing every groove and line until the entire door blazed with impossible brightness. The stone beneath Harry's hand grew warm, then hot, then searing, but Harry didn't pull away. He couldn't. His hand was stuck, fused to the crest, as the magic read him, tasted him, knew him. Heir of Potter, a voice whispered in his mind. Asterisk heir of Peveril. Heir of Black. Blood of the ancient houses flows through your veins. You are welcome here, asterisk. The door began to turn. Not opening outward, like a normal door, but rotating like a wheel, grinding against the stone with a sound like thunder. The moat of silver bubbled and steamed. The symbols on the walls screamed with light. And then, silence. The door stood open. Beyond it was darkness so complete that Harry couldn't see anything at all. Not the floor. Not the walls. Not the ceiling. Just an emptiness that seemed to stretch forever. Lumos, Ragnarok said quietly, and his cane tip glowed with soft blue light. The darkness retreated, but only a little. The light revealed a room perhaps 20 feet across, with walls lined with shelves. And on the shelves, files. Thousands of them. Bound in leather and dragon hide, stamped with wax seals and ribbon ties, stacked in neat rows that stretched from floor to ceiling. Some were ancient, the leather cracked and peeling, the parchment inside yellowed to brown. Others looked newer, less worn, as though they had been added recently. What is this place? Harry whispered. Ragnarok stepped past him, his cane light sweeping across the shelves. I don't know. The vault's records don't mention contents. Just location and ownership. He pulled one of the files from the shelf and opened it. His face went pale. What does it say? Ragnarok didn't answer. He handed the file to Harry. The words inside were in English, normal English, not the shifting magical script Harry had been struggling to learn. He read the first line and felt his blood freeze. Ministry of Magic, Department of Mysteries. Classification, Eyes Only. Subject, Prophecy concerning the Dark Lord and the child born as the 7th month dies. This is a prophecy file, Ragnarok said, his voice tight. From the Department of Mysteries. These records are supposed to be inaccessible to anyone outside the department. They're sealed with the highest magical security in Britain. Then how did they get here? Ragnarok pulled another file from the shelves. Then another. Then another. Dumbledore, Albus, Magical Guardianship Filing, Irregularities Detected. Black, Sirius, Trial Transcript, Evidence of Coercion. Pettigrew, Peter, Death Certificate, Forensic Anomalies. Potter, James and Lily, Will and Testament, Unsealed Copy. The vault contains copies of sealed ministry records, Ragnarok said slowly. Someone has been stealing documents from the Department of Mysteries and hiding them here. Someone with access to both Gringotts and the Ministry. Someone powerful, Harry added. Someone who wanted to keep these secrets safe. Or someone who wanted to keep them hidden. Ragnarok's eyes met Harry's. Your parents, perhaps. Or your grandparents. This vault has been in the Potter family for centuries. The most recent files are from 12 years ago, the year your parents died. Harry walked deeper into the vault, his footsteps silent on the stone floor. The shelves seemed to go on forever, each one packed with files that held secrets Harry had never imagined. His parents' wills. Prophecies from the Department of Mysteries. Trial transcripts for a man named Sirius Black, the man who had supposedly betrayed his parents but whose trial, according to these files, had never actually happened. He stopped in front of a shelf marked with a single word, Dumbledore. There were dozens of files here. Maybe hundreds. Harry pulled one at random and opened it. Memorandum of Understanding between Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the Ministry of Magic regarding the placement of Harry James Potter. The date was November 2, 1981, the day after his parents died. Harry read through the document quickly, his heart pounding. The words described an agreement between Dumbledore and the Ministry to place Harry with his only living relatives, Petunia and Vernon Dursley, for reasons of magical protection. But there was more. A second page. A clause Harry had to read 3 times before he understood it. Clause 7. The magical guardian shall have sole authority over all financial and property matters pertaining to the minor child until such time as the child reaches the age of majority, unless the magical guardianship is revoked by the Wisengamot for cause. Sole authority. Sole authority over everything. Over Harry's money. His houses. His future. Unless revoked by the Wisengamot for cause. Harry looked up at Ragnarok. Can they revoke it? The Wisengamot? If we prove Dumbledore stole from me? Ragnarok's expression was thoughtful. Yes. The Wisengamot has the authority to remove a magical guardian if they find evidence of abuse, neglect, or financial malfeasance. But it's rare. Dumbledore has many allies in the Wisengamot. He's been building those alliances for decades. They won't want to vote against him. No. But if the evidence is overwhelming, if we can prove not just theft, but conspiracy, corruption, and the concealment of a living criminal, even his allies may abandon him. Harry thought about this. Then he pulled another file from the shelf. Correspondence between Albus Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic regarding the classification of the Hogwarts Discretionary Fund. The letters inside were fascinating and horrifying in equal measure. Dumbledore had written to the Ministry repeatedly, requesting that the Hogwarts Discretionary Fund be exempt from standard financial oversight. The Ministry had agreed, every time. And the fund had grown. And grown. And grown. Using Harry's gold. There's enough evidence here to bury him, Harry said softly. Prophecies. Trial transcripts. Financial records. Letters. If we take all of this to the Wisengamot. We need to be strategic, Ragnarok interrupted. We can't just dump thousands of documents on the Wisengamot and expect them to read them. We need a single, clear, undeniable case. One piece of evidence that proves Dumbledore's guilt so thoroughly that no one can look away. Harry searched the shelves, his eyes scanning the labels. Asterisk prophecies. Trials. Financial. Correspondence. Personal, asterisk. One label caught his attention. Pettigrew, Peter, location data, magical signature tracing. Harry pulled the file and opened it. Inside was a single sheet of parchment, covered in coordinates and dates and magical signature analyses. The signature was unmistakable, Peter Pettigrew, alive, his magical trace appearing and disappearing across Britain for the past 12 years. But the most recent entry made Harry's breath catch. Asterisk last known location, Albania. Date, August 12, 1990, asterisk. 3 weeks ago. Pettigrew was alive. He was in Albania. And according to the file, he wasn't alone. Asterisk secondary magical signature detected, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Status, non corporeal. Threat level, critical, asterisk. Harry's hands shook. Tom Marvolo Riddle. He didn't know the name, but something deep in his bones recognized it. Something that made his scar burn and his stomach clench and his mind scream danger, danger, danger. Ragnarok, Harry said, his voice barely a whisper. Who is Tom Marvolo Riddle? Ragnarok crossed to him in 3 quick strides and read the file over his shoulder. His face, already pale, went grey. Lord Voldemort, Ragnarok said. That's his true name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. The Dark Lord who killed your parents. Harry stared at the words. Asterisk non-corporeal. Status, critical, asterisk. He's not dead, Harry said. Voldemort. He's not dead. He's been hiding in Albania, and Pettigrew has been with him. It appears so. While Dumbledore told everyone he was gone. While Dumbledore collected rent from my houses and took money from my vaults and left me with the Dursleys to be. Harry's voice cracked. To be starved and locked in cupboards and treated like I was worthless. Ragnarok placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. He will answer for it. I swear to you, Harry Potter. On my honor as a goblin of Gringotts, he will answer. Harry closed the file and tucked it into his satchel. We're not waiting anymore, Harry said. We're not being patient. We're not building our case slowly. Harry. Voldemort is out there. He's been out there this whole time, getting stronger, planning. And Dumbledore knew, he had to know, because these files are in a vault that only Potters can open. Someone put them here for a reason. My parents, maybe. Or my grandparents. They wanted someone to find the truth. He turned to face Ragnarok, his green eyes blazing. We're going to the Wizengamot. Tomorrow. With every file in this vault. And we're going to demand answers. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Tomorrow, he agreed. But we do it my way. We present the evidence systematically. We call witnesses. We give Dumbledore enough rope to hang himself. And we make sure, that when this is over, no one can claim they didn't know the truth. Harry nodded. He looked around the vault, at the thousands of files, the centuries of secrets, the truth that had been waiting for him in the darkness. Can we take all of this? Harry asked. There's too much to carry. Griphook stepped forward, holding a small leather pouch. Expansion charm, she said. The pouch can hold everything in this vault and more. Goblin made. Very rare. Very expensive. I don't have the money to. It's a gift. Griphook smiled, a real smile, warm and genuine. From the goblins of Gringotts. We failed you, Harry Potter. We let our systems be corrupted, our records be falsified, our vaults be used to hide theft. This is the least we can do. Harry took the pouch. It was warm in his hands, humming with magic, and it expanded to fit his palm perfectly. Thank you, Harry said. All of you. I couldn't have done this without you. Ragnarok bowed, a deep, formal bow, the kind goblins reserved for royalty. You are the heir to 15 estates, Harry Potter. The last of 3 ancient bloodlines. The boy who lived. He straightened, his dark eyes shining. And today, you became something more. Today, you became a truth seeker. A justice bringer. A lord in truth, not just in name. Harry didn't feel like a lord. He felt like an 8-year-old boy who had just discovered that the world was much darker, and much more dangerous, than he had ever imagined. But he also felt something else. Determination. He was going to get his gold back. He was going to clear Sirius Black's name. He was going to find Peter Pettigrew and drag him before the Wizengamot. He was going to make Dumbledore answer for every galleon, every lie, every year he'd spent locked in that cupboard. And when Voldemort came back, because the files made it clear that he was coming back, that he'd never really left, Harry would be ready. Not because he was powerful. Not because he was special. Because he had the truth on his side. And the truth, as Harry was learning, was the most dangerous weapon of all. They spent the rest of the day loading files into the pouch. Harry lost count after the first 100. Every file he opened revealed new horrors, new betrayals, new secrets, new evidence of a conspiracy that stretched across the entire magical world. Dumbledore wasn't alone in his theft. He had helpers. Dozens of them. Ministry officials who signed off on false documents. Hogwarts professors who looked the other way. Pureblood families who accepted stolen gold without asking where it came from. By the time they finished, the pouch was bulging, warm to the touch, vibrating with the weight of so many secrets. "This is enough to bring down governments," Ragnarok said quietly. "Are you sure you want to use it all?" Harry looked at the pouch. Then he looked at Ragnarok. "They took my childhood," Harry said. "They took my parents' legacy. They took everything that should have been mine. And they did it while pretending to protect me." He slung the pouch over his shoulder. "I'm not just going to use it. I'm going to bury them with it." Ragnarok smiled, a predator's smile, sharp and satisfied. "Good." They climbed back up through the depths of Gringotts, past the dragon enclosures and the ancient wards, through the iron doors and the silver moats, until they emerged into the main hall. The goblins there looked up as they passed, their dark eyes following Harry with new respect. The boy who lived was no longer just a symbol. He was an heir with teeth. And tomorrow, the Wizengamot would learn exactly how sharp they were. Harry didn't sleep that night. He sat in his underground chamber, surrounded by files spread across the floor, reading by the light of glowing crystals. His mother's journal lay open beside him, and he compared its contents to the ministry records, looking for discrepancies, looking for lies, looking for the truth. He found it. Over and over again. His parents had suspected Dumbledore. The journal made that clear. They had written about concerns regarding the headmasters, protective measures, about their desire to name Sirius Black as Harry's guardian, about their fear that someone in the ministry was feeding information to Voldemort. They had died before they could act on those concerns. But they had hidden the evidence. Sealed it in a vault that only a Potter could open. Left it for Harry to find. "We love you, Harry," his mother had written. On the final page of the journal. "We love you so much. And we're sorry, so sorry, that we couldn't be there to protect you. But we've left you the weapons you'll need. The truth. The proof. The means to fight back, Be brave, my darling. Be strong. Be the person we _always knew you could be, And never, ever stop fighting." Harry closed the journal and pressed it against his heart. "I won't, Mum," he whispered. "I promise." Outside his chamber, somewhere in the depths of Gringotts, a bell began to toll. Midnight. Tomorrow had arrived. And Harry Potter was ready. Chapter 5, The Heir Awakens. The morning light filtering through the crystal window was different today. Harry noticed it the moment he opened his eyes, a golden quality to the glow, a warmth that seemed to seep into his bones rather than simply landing on his skin. He lay still for a moment, feeling the change, letting it settle around him like a blanket. Something had shifted. He didn't know what. He didn't know how. But somewhere in the depths of the night, as he'd finally drifted off surrounded by files and truth and his mother's words, something had woken inside him. The family magic, the portraits had called it. Harry sat up slowly. The pouch containing the secret files lay beside his bed, still warm, still humming with barely contained secrets. He touched it, and the hum changed pitch, higher, brighter, almost joyful. "Good morning to you too," Harry murmured. A knock came at the door. Not Ragnarok's pattern. Something softer. Hesitant. Harry crossed the room and opened the door. Griphook stood in the corridor, her spectacles askew, her face flushed. "Ragnarok sent me," she said. "He says you need to see something. In the main hall." Harry grabbed his satchel, the one with his mother's journal and the estate parchments, and followed her. The corridors of Gringotts seemed different this morning too. The crystals glowed brighter. The air smelled fresher. Even the goblins they passed seemed to look at him differently, less like a curiosity and more like a person of consequence. The main hall was crowded when they arrived. Dozens of goblins stood in clusters, their low voices rising and falling in that language that sounded like breaking rocks. But they parted as Harry approached, creating a path to the center of the room where Ragnarok stood beside a pedestal. On the pedestal rested a single object. A ring. It was beautiful, there was no other word for it. Wrought from gold so pure it seemed to glow from within, set with a black stone that swirled with silver light. The band was inscribed with symbols that Harry didn't recognize but felt in his chest: old magic, older than Gringotts, older than Britain itself. What is it? Harry asked. Ragnar's expression was unreadable. It arrived this morning. By Goblin messenger from Potter Manor. The ward's there, they've been waking since your visit. Growing stronger. More aware. And last night, they sent this. Sent it? How? The manor has its own magic, Harry. It always has. But it's been dormant for 8 years, since your parents died, since the Malfoys moved in, since the wards were suppressed by Dumbledore's seals. Your visit broke those seals. And now the manor is. Ragnar paused, searching for words. Remembering. Harry stepped closer to the pedestal. The ring seemed to pulse with light in rhythm with his heartbeat. The black stone swirled faster as he approached, the silver light brightening until it cast dancing shadows across the walls. Touch it, Ragnar said. I believe it was meant for you. Harry reached out. His fingers touched the gold band. And the world exploded into light. He stood in a field of wheat that stretched to the horizon, golden stalks swaying in a breeze he couldn't feel. The sky above was impossibly blue, deeper than any sky he'd ever seen, rich with colors that didn't have names. In front of him stood a figure. A woman. She was tall and slender, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that shifted between green and gold like sunlight through trees. Her robes were simple, gray wool, unadorned, but she wore them like armor. Like they were made of dragon scale instead of cloth. Hello, Harry, she said. Her voice was warm. Familiar. Like a song he'd heard in a dream and never been able to forget. Who are you? Harry asked. I've had many names. Ianthe Potter, once. Ianthe Peveril, before that. But to you. She smiled, and the smile was so full of love that Harry's chest ached. I'm your great-great-great-grandmother. 7 times over, if you're counting. Which I don't recommend. The math gets tedious. Harry blinked. You're a ghost. A memory. She stepped closer, and the wheat parted around her without bending. I died 300 years ago, Harry. But I left a piece of myself in the family ring, an imprint, a echo, a guide for the heir who would one day need to know the truth. The truth about what? Ianthe's smile faded. About everything. She waved her hand, and the wheat field vanished. They stood in a library now, vast and circular, with shelves that stretched up into darkness. Books flew between the shelves like birds, pages fluttering, spines gleaming with gold and silver lettering. This is the Potter family archive, Ianthe said. Every book, every scroll, every letter ever written by or about the Potters. It exists outside of time, outside of space. Only the heir can enter. And only when the family magic recognizes them as worthy. Harry turned in a slow circle, trying to take it all in. Thousands of books. Tens of thousands. Maybe more. And I'm worthy. Ianthe laughed, a sound like silver bells. You broke Dumbledore's seals at 8 years old, Harry. You walked into a vault that hadn't been opened in 3 centuries and claimed every secret inside. You stood before the Wizengamot, in your heart, if not in person, and refused to back down. She touched his face, her fingers cool against his skin. You are worthy. You've always been worthy. The world just hasn't seen it yet. Harry swallowed hard. What am I supposed to do? With the ring, I mean. With the archive. Learn. Ianthe stepped back, spreading her arms. The Potters have been collecting knowledge for 1,000 years, Harry. Battle strategies and potion recipes. Genealogies and prophecies. Secrets that could save lives, or end them. It's all here. Waiting for you. But I'm 8. I can't. Age is irrelevant. Ianthe's eyes flashed. Your father was 6 when he first entered this archive. Your grandfather was 4. The magic doesn't care how many years you've lived. It cares about who you are. And who you are, Harry James Potter, is the last true heir of 3 ancient houses. She gestured, and a book flew from the shelves, large, bound in leather so dark it seemed to absorb light. It landed in Harry's hands, heavy and warm. This is the Book of Lineage. It contains every name, every marriage, every birth and death in the Potter, Peveril, and Black families for the past 1,000 years. Study it. Learn where you come from. Because knowing your history is the first step to controlling your future. Harry opened the book. The pages were blank. Trust the magic, Ianthe said. It will show you what you need to see. Harry stared at the blank page. He thought about his mother. His father. His grandparents, whose portraits had watched him from the walls of Potter Manor. He thought about the Dursleys, who had tried to erase his past, to make him believe he came from nothing, that he was nothing. I am a Potter, he thought. Asterisk I am a Peveril. I am a Black, asterisk. Words appeared on the page. Harry James Potter. Born, July 31, 1980. Parents, James Fremont Potter and Lily Jane Potter née Evans. Blood status, half-blood, Potter line, pure, Evans line, Muggle-born. Magical inheritance, active, awakened age 8. More words appeared beneath, names cascading down the page like water. His grandparents. His great-grandparents. Great-great-grandparents. Generation after generation, stretching back through centuries of history. But it was the final line that made Harry's breath catch. Asterisk heir to, Potter, primary, Peveril, secondary, Black, tertiary, and 12 subsidiary estates. Lordship rights, claimant status pending Wisengamot recognition, asterisk. I'm a lord. Harry whispered. You are the heir to lordships, Ianthe corrected. To claim them, to take your seat in the Wisengamot, to vote on magical law, to wield the political power that is your birthright, you must be recognized by the body of magical nobles. But yes, Harry. In blood and magic, you are Lord Potter. Lord Peveril. Lord Black. Harry closed the book. His hands were shaking. I don't know how to be a lord, he said. I don't know anything about politics or laws or. You'll learn. Ianthe's voice was gentle but firm. You'll make mistakes. You'll trust the wrong people. You'll say the wrong things. But you'll also grow. And learn. And become the leader your family always believed you could be. She stepped back, and the library began to fade. Our time is ending. The ring can only hold me for so long. But I'll be here, Harry. In the family magic. In the archive. In the blood that flows through your veins. Wait, Harry reached for her. I have so many questions. About Dumbledore. About Voldemort. About the prophecy. All the answers are in the archive. Ianthe's form was growing transparent, her voice echoing. You just have to find them. Be brave, Harry. Be strong. And remember. The light swallowed her. You are never alone. Harry woke on the floor of Gringotts main hall, surrounded by goblins. Ragnarok knelt beside him, his dark eyes worried. You were gone for nearly an hour. We couldn't wake you. The ring wouldn't let anyone touch you. Harry sat up slowly. The ring was on his finger, he didn't remember putting it on, but there it was, warm against his skin, the black stone swirling. With slow, contented light. I'm okay, Harry said. I think. I met my great-great-great-grandmother. 7 times over. The goblins exchanged glances. The ring accepted you, Griphook said quietly. That's not supposed to happen. The Potter heir ring has been dormant for over a century. No one has been able to wear it since. She consulted a ledger. Since 1885. Harry looked at the ring. It felt natural on his finger, like it had always been there. Like it belonged. What does it do? Harry asked. Ragnarok helped him to his feet. The heir ring serves as a key. To the Potter family vaults. To the archive Ianthe mentioned. To the wards that protect your properties. With that ring on your finger, no magical seal can keep you out of anything that belongs to you by blood and inheritance. Harry flexed his fingers. The ring pulsed in response, sending a wave of warmth up his arm and into his chest. Dumbledore's seals, Harry said slowly. At Potter Manor. At the other estates. The ring will let me break them. The ring will let you walk through them, Ragnarok corrected. Seals, wards, barriers, if they were keyed to exclude you, the ring will override them. It recognizes you as the true owner. Everything else is just noise. Harry thought about the east wing of Potter Manor. The locked door that had crumbled at his touch. The journal inside. The secrets that had been waiting for him. There's more, isn't there? Harry asked. More than what we found in the vault. More than what's in the files. Ragnarok nodded slowly. The 15th estate. Harry frowned. The one the audit couldn't identify. The very same. It exists, we have records of its existence. But every document that mentions it has been magically redacted. The location is obscured. The ownership history is scrambled. Someone went to enormous effort to erase it from every record. But not from the ring. Harry looked down at the black stone. It swirled faster, almost eagerly. The ring knows. Griphook said. The family magic always knows. But it won't reveal the location until you're ready. Until you've proven yourself worthy of whatever lies hidden there. Harry sighed. Another test. Another challenge. Another thing he had to prove before he could claim what was rightfully his. When will I be ready? When the ring decides. Ragnarok's voice was kind. It's not a punishment, Harry. It's protection. Whatever is in that 15th estate, whatever your ancestors hid there, it must be powerful enough that they didn't want anyone finding it by accident. Harry nodded. He could accept that. He didn't like it, but he could accept it. Now, Ragnarok said, clapping his hands together. We have preparations to make. The Wisengamot hearing is in 3 days. We need to organize the evidence, prepare your testimony, and, most importantly, get you looking like the heir you are. Harry looked down at his clothes. Dudley's cast-offs. Faded jeans that were too short. A t-shirt with a hole in the collar. Trainers that pinched his toes. Yeah, Harry said. That's probably a good idea. The shopping trip was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Ragnarok led him through a section of Gringotts he hadn't seen before, a series of tunnels that opened onto a hidden street deep beneath London. The signs here were in Goblin script, the shops filled with items Harry couldn't identify, the air thick with magic so old it felt like breathing history. The Goblin markets, Ragnarok explained. Humans rarely visit. But you're not just a human anymore, Harry. You're a client. And goblins take care of their clients. They stopped before a shop that sold robes, but not like the robes Harry had seen in the files. These were formal, elaborate, embroidered with silver and gold thread that seemed to move on its own. The goblin tailor was ancient, his fingers gnarled but steady, and he measured Harry with a tape that floated through the air without being touched. Herr Potter, the tailor said, his voice like gravel. I made robes for your grandfather. And his father before him. It is an honor to serve you. Harry stood still as the tape circled his arms, his chest, his legs. The measurements appeared on a parchment that hung in the air beside him. I need something appropriate for the Wizengamot, Harry said. Something that says, I'm not just a child. I'm not just the boy who lived. I'm the heir. The tailor nodded slowly. I understand. He disappeared into the back of the shop and returned with bolts of fabric that shimmered with their own light. Dark green, almost black, with silver threading that caught the torches and threw back fragments of starlight. Potter colors, the tailor said. Green for the eyes. Silver for the blood. And a touch of gold for the fire in your heart. Harry touched the fabric. It was softer than anything he'd ever felt, warm against his fingers, humming with contained magic. How long will it take? Harry asked. The robes will be ready by morning. Goblins do not sleep when there is work to be done. Harry nodded. Thank you. The tailor bowed, a deep, formal bow that made Harry uncomfortable. He wasn't used to people bowing to him. He wasn't sure he ever would be. 3 days passed in a blur of preparation. Harry studied the files until his eyes burned, memorizing names and dates and numbers. He practiced speaking in front of Ragnarok, learning to project his voice, to make eye contact, to stand still when he wanted to fidget. He read his mother's journal again, searching for clues about Dumbledore, about the prophecy, about the war that had killed his parents. And every night, he visited the archive. The ring let him enter whenever he closed his eyes and focused on the black stone. The library was endless, more books than he could read in a lifetime, but Ianthe's echo guided him, pointing him toward the knowledge he needed. The history of the Wizengamot. The laws governing magical guardianship. The precedents for inheritance disputes. The names of every witch and wizard who had ever sat in judgment on the magical government. By the third day, Harry knew more about magical law than most adults. He knew his rights. He knew Dumbledore's violations. He knew exactly what he needed to say to make the Wizengamot listen. He was ready. The morning of the hearing dawned cold and grey. Harry stood in his chamber, wearing his new robes for the first time. They fit perfectly, the dark green fabric swirling around his ankles, the silver threading catching the crystal light, the gold accents at his collar and cuffs adding just a hint of warmth. The air ring gleamed on his finger, the black stone swirling with slow, deliberate purpose. Ragnarok entered and stopped dead. You look. He paused, searching for words. You look like a potter. Harry smiled, a thin, sharp expression that felt strange on his face. Good. That's exactly what I was going for. The pouch of files hung at his hip, expanded to hold everything he'd found. His mother's journal was tucked inside his robes, pressed against his heart. The ring pulsed with warmth, reminding him that he wasn't alone. Are you ready? Ragnarok asked. Harry took a deep breath. I've been ready for 8 years, he said. Let's go. They apparat to the Ministry of Magic. Harry had seen pictures in the files, the grand entrance hall with its golden statues, the fireplaces that flared green with arriving witches and wizards, the security desk where visitors had their wands registered. But seeing it in person was different. The ministry was vast. Overwhelming. Witches and wizards in every color of robe streamed past, their conversations rising and falling in a dozen different languages. Fireplaces spat out new arrivals every few seconds. The ceiling stretched so high it seemed to disappear into clouds. And in the center of it all, surrounded by a crowd of reporters and photographers, stood a man Harry recognized from the files. Albus Dumbledore. He was tall, taller than Harry had expected, with silver hair that fell past his shoulders and a beard that tucked into his belt. His robes were purple, embroidered with golden stars and moons, and his half-moon spectacles glittered in the magical light. He looked kind. Gentle. Trustworthy. Harry felt his stomach turn. Dumbledore's eyes found him across the hall. The old man smiled, a warm, welcoming smile that made Harry's skin crawl, and began walking toward him. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying despite its softness. "My dear boy. I've been so looking forward to meeting you." Harry stood his ground. The ring blazed warm on his finger. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. His voice was steady, older than 8 years old had any right to be. "I wish I could say the same." Dumbledore's smile flickered. Just for a moment. But Harry saw it. And in that flicker, Harry saw the truth that the files had revealed, the truth that the portraits had confirmed, the truth that his mother's journal had spelled out in words of fire. Albus Dumbledore was not his protector. He was his enemy. And today, in front of the entire Wizengamot, in front of the magical world, Harry was going to prove it. "Shall we?" Dumbledore asked, extending his hand. Harry didn't take it. "After you," Harry said. And as Dumbledore turned and walked toward the golden doors of the Wizengamot chambers, Harry followed. The ring pulsed with light. The air had awakened. And nothing, nothing, would ever be the same. Chapter 6, The Lordship Council. The Wizengamot chamber was a circle of power. Harry stood at its center, feeling the weight of 100 pairs of eyes upon him. The room rose in tiers around him, each level packed with witches and wizards in formal robes, their faces ranging from curious to hostile to carefully blank. Magical torches floated along the walls, casting shifting shadows across the ancient stone. Above, the ceiling reflected the sky. Outside, gray and threatening, as though the weather itself was waiting to see what would happen here. He had never felt so small. And yet, the ring on his finger pulsed with warmth. The pouch at his hip hummed with contained secrets. And somewhere deep in his chest, the family magic stirred, reminding him that he was not just Harry, the boy from the cupboard, the freak, the nobody. He was a Potter. A Peverell. A Black. He was the heir to 15 estates. And he was here to claim what was his. "Order," called a voice from the highest tier. "This special session of the Wizengamot is now in session. Presiding over this hearing is Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." A woman rose from her seat, tall and severe, with iron-gray hair pulled back in a tight bun and a monocle that glittered with magical energy. Her robes were deep purple, the color of high judicial office, and she wore a pendant shaped like an eye, the symbol of the Bones family. Harry recognized her from the files. Amelia Bones. She rented one of his estates, Black Manor, and she had received 15,000 galleons from his accounts. But she had also been listed as a potential ally, someone who valued justice above politics. He would find out which was true today. "Harry James Potter," Amelia Bones said, her voice carrying through the chamber without amplification. "You have requested a hearing before this body to address irregularities concerning your magical guardianship and inheritance. Is that correct?" Harry stepped forward. His heart hammered against his ribs, but his voice was steady. "Yes, Madam Bones. You are 8 years old." "Yes, Madam Bones. By law, you are not permitted to speak before the Wizengamot without a magical guardian or legal representative present." Harry glanced at Ragnarok, who stood in the visitors' gallery, surrounded by a delegation of goblins in formal crimson robes. "I have legal representation, Madam Bones. Ragnarok of Gringotts has been appointed by the Goblin Nation to represent my interests in this matter." Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Goblins rarely involved themselves in wizarding legal proceedings. For one to represent a child, even the boy who lived, was nearly unprecedented. Amelia Bones raised an eyebrow. "The Goblin Nation has standing to appoint representation." "The Goblin Nation has standing to protect its clients," Ragnarok called out, his voice sharp. "And Harry Potter is a client of Gringotts. His accounts were opened by his parents before his birth. Those accounts have been compromised." We are here to address that compromise. More murmurs. Harry caught snippets of conversation: Dumbledore, inheritance, estates, scandal, all of it hushed, all of it speculative. Amelia Bones banged a gavel against her podium. Order. This body will hear from Mr. Ragnarok and Harry Potter regarding their concerns. However, I must remind everyone present that Albus Dumbledore remains Harry Potter's legal magical guardian until and unless this body votes to remove him. Dumbledore rose from his seat in the front row. He looked every inch the benevolent grandfather, robes of deep blue embroidered with silver constellations, half-moon spectacles glinting in the torchlight, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. He radiated calm. Authority. Trust. I have no objection to this hearing, Madam Bones, Dumbledore said. In fact, I welcome it. If there are concerns about my guardianship, I am eager to address them directly. His eyes found Harry across the chamber. My dear boy, Dumbledore said softly. I understand why you might have questions. I have been absent from your life. Circumstances made it necessary. But I have always acted in your best interest. Always. Harry felt the ring flare hot on his finger. Then you won't mind explaining the rental income from my estates, Harry said, his voice ringing through the chamber. Or the 2 million galleons that have disappeared from my trust vault. Or the shell companies you used to hide where the money was going. The chamber exploded. Witches and wizards shouted over each other, some rising from their seats, others gesturing wildly. Amelia Bones banged her gavel repeatedly, calling for order, but it took nearly a minute for the noise to subside. When the chamber finally quieted, Dumbledore was still smiling. But his eyes had gone cold. Harry, Dumbledore said gently. I understand your confusion. You are young. The world of magical finance is complicated. I assure you, every galleon from your estates has been carefully managed for your benefit. Then where is it? Harry demanded. Where are the 2 million galleons? Where are the rental payments from the Malfoys? Where are the profits from the commercial properties in Diagon Alley? He pulled a parchment from his pouch, the financial summary Ragnarok had prepared, and held it up for the chamber to see. This document shows the complete financial history of my estates for the past 8 years. Every payment. Every transfer. Every account. Harry's voice grew harder. And according to this document, 0 galleons have been deposited into my trust vault. 0. Every single galleon from my inheritance has been diverted elsewhere. He turned to face the Wizengamot directly. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs for 8 years, Harry said. I slept on a mattress that smelled of dust. I wore my cousin's old clothes and ate his leftovers. I was told that my parents were drunkards who died in a car crash. I was told that I was a freak, a burden, a waste of space. His voice cracked, but he didn't stop. While I was starving, the Malfoys were living in my house. While I was being locked in a cupboard, wealthy pureblood families were renting my estates. While I was being told that I was worthless, someone was stealing 2 million galleons from my inheritance. He pointed at Dumbledore. You signed the guardianship papers. Professor. You claimed that you would protect my inheritance until I came of age. But instead of protecting it, you took it. And I want to know why. The chamber fell silent. Even the floating torches seemed to dim, as though the magic itself was holding its breath. Dumbledore's smile had vanished. My dear boy, he said quietly. I think we should discuss this privately. There are matters you don't understand, matters of national security, of magical protection, of... No, Harry said. The word echoed through the chamber like a gunshot. I'm done with private discussions. I'm done with secrets. I'm done with people making decisions about my life without telling me the truth. Harry pulled his mother's journal from his robes. My parents left me this journal. They wrote about their concerns. About their fears. About the war that killed them. And they made it clear, very clear, that they did not trust you, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore's face went pale. You've been reading your mother's journal? Yes. She wrote it before she died. Before the war ended. Before you sealed Potter Manor. Before you moved the Malfoys into my home. Before you started funneling my inheritance into shell companies and trust accounts. Harry shook his head. The timeline doesn't work, Professor. My parents died in 1981. The Malfoys moved into Potter Manor in 1982. The shell companies were registered in 1983. This wasn't a temporary measure. This was a system. He turned back to the Wizengamot. I'm not here to ask for money. I'm not here to ask for revenge. I'm here to ask for the truth, and for my legal rights. I want Dumbledore removed as my magical guardian. I want control of my inheritance. And I want a full investigation into where 2 million galleons have disappeared to. Amelia Bones removed her monocle, polished it slowly, and replaced it. Those are serious accusations, Mr. Potter, she said. Do you have evidence to support them? Harry opened his pouch. The files began to float out, dozens of them, then hundreds, spreading across the chamber like leaves in autumn. They arranged themselves in neat rows before each Wizengamot member, opening to the relevant pages, displaying the evidence in glowing letters that anyone could read. Ministry records, Harry said. Financial statements. Property deeds. Rental agreements. Correspondence between Dumbledore and the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Every document you need to understand what happened to my inheritance. He pulled one final file from the pouch, the thickest one, bound in black leather stamped with the Potter crest. And this, Harry said, is the complete record of the investigation conducted by Gringotts Bank over the past 2 weeks. Every account. Every transfer. Every shell company. Every person who received money that should have gone to me. He held it up. I'm not asking you to believe me, Harry said. I'm asking you to read the evidence. And then decide for yourselves. The reading took 3 hours. Harry sat in a chair that had been conjured for him, watching as the Wizengamot members paged through the files. Some read quickly, their faces growing paler with each page. Others read slowly, carefully, tracing each line with their fingers as though trying to memorize every word. Dumbledore had been given his own copy. He sat in the front row, the file open on his lap, his expression unreadable. His half-moon spectacles reflected the floating torchlight, hiding his eyes. But his hands, his long, elegant hands, were trembling. Harry noticed. The ring noticed too. It pulsed against his finger, warm and satisfied. Throughout the chamber, whispered conversations broke out. Witches and wizards leaned toward their neighbors, pointing at specific lines in the files, their faces a mixture of shock and indignation. Amelia Bones was the first to speak. Mr. Potter, she said slowly, these documents, if they are authentic, suggest a level of financial misconduct that is frankly staggering. We're talking about millions of galleons. Hundreds of properties. Decades of carefully concealed transactions. They're authentic, Harry said. Gringotts verified every document. The magical signatures match the originals. And you're certain that Professor Dumbledore was personally responsible for these diversions? Harry hesitated. This was the moment Ragnarok had warned him about, the moment where Dumbledore would try to shift blame, to claim ignorance, to paint himself as a victim of circumstance rather than an architect of theft. Professor Dumbledore signed the guardianship papers, Harry said carefully. He had sole authority over my inheritance. If he wasn't personally responsible for every transfer, he was responsible for the people who made them. That's what magical guardian means. Objection. A wizard rose from his seat, Cornelius Fudge, Harry recognized from the files. The Minister for Magic was a round man with a bowler hat and a perpetually flustered expression. The boy is 8 years old. He can't be expected to understand the complexities of magical finance. And Albus Dumbledore is the most respected wizard of our age. To accuse him of theft based on the word of a child and some documents provided by goblins. The goblins provided the documents because the ministry failed to protect my accounts, Harry interrupted. For 8 years, Minister. 8 years of missing gold, and no one at the ministry noticed. No one asked questions. No one checked. He stood up from his chair, walking toward Fudge. The only reason we're here today is because Gringotts conducted an audit. An audit that should have been routine. An audit that would have happened years ago if Dumbledore hadn't sealed my records and suppressed the results. Fudge's face went red. Now see here. I've seen enough. Harry turned to face the entire Wizengamot. You're asking me to trust you. You're asking me to believe that the system works, that justice will be done, that the truth will come out. But I've spent 8 years living with people who hate magic. 8 years being told that I'm worthless. 8 years sleeping in a cupboard while my inheritance was stolen by the very people who were supposed to protect me. His voice rang through the chamber. So forgive me if I don't trust you. Forgive me if I don't believe your promises. Forgive me if I insist on seeing the evidence for myself, and making sure that everyone else sees it too. He pulled one final parchment from his pouch, a list of names, each one accompanied by a number. These are the people who received money from my accounts, Harry said. Ministers and department heads. Professors and purebloods. Aurors and investigators. Dozens of people who took galleons that should have gone to me. He held the parchment up. I'm not naming them to shame them. I'm naming them because the Wizengamot needs to know that this wasn't just Dumbledore's crime. It was a conspiracy. A network. A system of theft that stretched across the entire magical government. The chamber erupted again. But this time, the noise was different. There was anger in it. Outrage. And beneath the outrage, something that sounded almost like fear. Amelia Bones banged her gavel until the handle broke. When the chaos finally subsided, she turned to Dumbledore. Professor, she said quietly. Do you have anything to say in response to these accusations? Dumbledore rose slowly. He looked older than he had when the hearing began, the lines on his face deeper, the light in his eyes dimmer. His hands still trembled, and when he spoke, his voice lacked its usual resonance. Everything I did, Dumbledore said, I did to protect Harry Potter. The war was not over when his parents died. The Dark Lord's followers were still at large, still dangerous, still searching for the boy who had defeated their master. I placed Harry with his aunt and uncle because the blood wards, the magic of Lily's sacrifice, would keep him safe from anyone who wished him harm. He turned to face Harry directly. The estates were rented because empty properties attract attention. Attention we could not afford. The money was managed because an 8-year-old cannot manage 2 million galleons. The shell companies were created because the ministry's financial systems were compromised, Death Eaters held positions throughout the government, and I could not risk them discovering the extent of Harry's wealth. His voice grew softer. I made mistakes. I see that now. I should have checked on Harry more often. I should have ensured that his aunt and uncle were treating him kindly. I should have found a way to tell him the truth about his inheritance without putting him in danger. He spread his hands. But I did not steal from Harry Potter. I protected him. Imperfectly, yes. Perhaps even badly. But I never, never, took a single galleon for myself. Harry stared at him. The words were beautiful. Convincing. Almost enough to make Harry doubt what he'd found in the files. Almost. If you didn't take anything for yourself, Harry said slowly, then why did the money go through your personal accounts? Why did the shell companies list you as the beneficiary? Why did you sign documents claiming sole authority over my inheritance and then refuse to let anyone audit the results? He pulled a specific file from the pile, the one that traced the Malfoy payments through arcane holdings to Dumbledore's personal vault. 5,000 galleons a month from the Malfoys. 60,000 a year. 480,000 total. Transferred directly into an account bearing your name and magical signature. Harry held the file up. Explain that, Professor. Dumbledore's composure cracked. Just slightly. But Harry saw it, the flash of something that might have been fear, or guilt, or anger. The old man's hands clenched at his sides, and for a moment, the twinkle in his eyes vanished entirely. The accounts were in my name, Dumbledore said slowly, because the goblins would not allow a child to hold accounts of that size. I served as a conduit for the funds. A temporary measure, until Harry came of age. A conduit. Harry's voice was flat. A conduit that charged fees. A conduit that authorized transfers to 17 different ministry officials. A conduit that spent 8 years hiding where the money was really going. He turned to the Wizengamot. Professor Dumbledore says he was protecting me. But the evidence says something else. The evidence says that he took control of my inheritance, distributed it to his allies, and left me with nothing. He met Amelia Bones's eyes. I want a full investigation. I want my guardianship revoked. And I want access to every document, every account, every record related to my inheritance. Amelia Bones was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded. The Wizengamot will recess for 1 hour to review the evidence presented. When we reconvene, I will announce whether this body will grant Mr. Potter's request for a formal investigation. She banged her broken gavel against the podium. Recessed. The hour passed like a lifetime. Harry sat in a small antechamber off the main hall, surrounded by goblins and legal documents and his mother's journal. Ragnarok paced back and forth, muttering in gobbledygook. Griphook reviewed the files, cross-referencing names and numbers. They're going to approve the investigation, Ragnarok said. They have no choice. The evidence is too strong to ignore. But will they remove Dumbledore as my guardian? Harry asked. Ragnarok stopped pacing. That's less certain. Dumbledore has powerful friends in the Wizengamot. And his argument, that he was protecting you, that the war wasn't over, that the estates needed to be managed, will resonate with some members. So he might stay my guardian. Possibly. But with restrictions. Oversight. Audits. Ragnarok's expression darkened. It's not ideal. But it's a start. Harry nodded. He had expected this. The files had prepared him for the possibility that Dumbledore would survive the hearing, at least for now. But the files had also prepared him for something else. The 15th estate. The one that had been erased from every record. The one that contained something powerful enough to change everything. Harry touched the ring on his finger. The black stone swirled faster, almost eagerly. Soon, it seemed to say. Soon. The Wizengamot reconvened exactly 1 hour later. Amelia Bones stood at her podium, her face grave. The other members filed into their seats, their expressions ranging from thoughtful to angry to carefully neutral. This body has reviewed the evidence presented by Harry Potter, Amelia Bones announced. After careful consideration, we have reached the following conclusions. She unrolled a parchment and began to read. First, there is sufficient evidence of financial irregularities to warrant a formal investigation into the management of Harry Potter's inheritance. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement will lead this investigation, with assistance from Gringotts Bank. Harry's heart soared. Second, Albus Dumbledore will retain his position as Harry Potter's magical guardian, pending the outcome of the investigation. However, his authority over Harry's financial affairs is hereby suspended. All accounts, properties, and assets belonging to Harry Potter will be managed by an independent trustee appointed by this body. Dumbledore's face was unreadable. Third, Harry Potter is granted immediate access to his trust vault and all associated accounts. He may withdraw funds as needed for his maintenance, education, and well-being, subject to reasonable oversight by the appointed trustee. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. Fourth, the Wisingamot recognizes Harry Potter's status as heir to the Potter, Peverell, and Black family lines. His lordship claims will be processed according to standard procedure, and he will be granted a seat on this body when he reaches the age of 17, or earlier, if his lordship is confirmed by the appropriate authorities. The chamber murmured. A 17-year-old on the Wisingamot was rare. A child on the Wisingamot was unprecedented. Finally, Amelia Bones said, "This body acknowledges that Harry Potter has been wronged. The details of that wrong, and the individuals responsible, will be determined by the investigation. But this body apologizes, on behalf of the magical government of Britain, for the failures that allowed this situation to occur." She looked directly at Harry. "You deserved better, Mr. Potter. From your guardian. From the ministry. From all of us. I am sorry." Harry met her eyes. He wanted to say something cutting. Something angry. Something that would make them all feel as small as they had made him feel. But instead, he simply nodded. "Thank you, Madam Bones." The gavel came down. "This hearing is adjourned." The crowd outside the chamber was enormous. Reporters swarmed Harry as he emerged, their quills scratching frantically against parchment, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of questions. Flashbulbs exploded in his face, leaving spots dancing across his vision. "Harry, is it true that Dumbledore stole 2 million galleons? Harry, how does it feel to be a lord? Harry, what will you do with your estates?" Ragnarok pushed through the crowd, his cane clearing a path. Griphook flanked Harry on the other side, her spectacles flashing warnings at anyone who got too close. "No comments," Ragnarok barked. "The investigation is ongoing. Heir Potter will speak when he's ready." They made their way to a private apparition point, the reporters still following, still shouting questions Harry couldn't answer. But as they prepared to disappear, Harry caught a glimpse of someone standing at the edge of the crowd. A woman with red hair and kind eyes. She was watching him. And she was smiling. Harry didn't recognize her. But something about her felt familiar, felt safe, in a way that made his chest ache. Then the world twisted, and he was back in Gringotts, standing in the main hall with the ring warm on his finger and the pouch heavy at his hip. "We did it," Harry said softly. "We actually did it." Ragnarok nodded. "We took the first step. The investigation will take months. The political battle will take longer. But we've broken Dumbledore's control over your inheritance. That's what matters." Harry looked down at the ring. The black stone swirled slowly, contentedly, as though it had known all along how this would end. "What now?" Harry asked. Ragnarok smiled, a real smile, warm and proud. "Now, Heir Potter, we rebuild. We reclaim your estates. We restore your family's legacy. And we prepare for the battles ahead." Harry nodded. He thought about Dumbledore's face during the hearing, the cracks in his composure, the tremble in his hands, the fear in his eyes. The war was far from over. But for the first time in 8 years, Harry Potter was fighting back. And he was just getting started. Chapter 7, Dumbledore's Explanation. The letter arrived at dawn. Harry sat in his underground chamber, the ring warm on his finger, watching as a silver phoenix feather drifted through the wall and landed on the table before him. The feather shimmered with pale blue light, and as Harry watched, it began to write, letters of fire appearing on a blank parchment that hadn't been there a moment before. "Harry. I owe you an explanation. Not the one I gave the Wisingamot, the performative words intended to sway a hostile audience. The truth. The real truth, as I understand it, with all its flaws and failures and regrets, I will be waiting in the Forest of Dean, at the coordinates below. Come alone, or not at all. The magic of this place will not permit goblins to enter, asterisk. Asterisk what I have to tell you cannot be shared with others. Not yet. Perhaps not ever, asterisk. Asterisk please, Harry. Give me this chance, asterisk. Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times. His first instinct was to show it to Ragnarok, to let the goblins analyze it for traps, for hidden curses, for any sign that this was an ambush rather than an invitation. But something held him back. The ring, perhaps. It was pulsing slowly, thoughtfully, as though weighing the letter's words. Or maybe it was his mother's journal, tucked inside his robes, reminding him that some truths could only be learned in person. Come alone, or not at all. Harry made his decision. The Forest of Dean was old. Harry felt at the moment he operated, the weight of centuries pressing against his skin, the whisper of trees that had stood here since before Britain was Britain. The air smelled of moss and damp earth and something else, something ancient that hummed in the spaces between the leaves. Dumbledore stood beneath an oak tree so vast that its branches seemed to hold up the sky. He wasn't wearing his usual robes, no purple and gold, no twinkling stars. Instead, he wore simple gray, the kind of clothes a Muggle farmer might wear. His silver hair was unbound, falling past his shoulders, and his half-moon spectacles were nowhere to be seen. He looked smaller without them. More human. Thank you for coming, Dumbledore said. His voice was soft, not the resonant, commanding tone Harry remembered from the Wizengamot, but something quieter. More vulnerable. Harry stayed where he was, 20 feet away, the ring glowing faintly on his finger. You said you wanted to tell me the truth. I did. I do. Dumbledore sat down on a fallen log, gesturing for Harry to do the same. When Harry didn't move, the old man sighed. I understand your distrust, Harry. I've earned it. Every bit of it. He looked up at the canopy of leaves, his eyes tracing the patterns of light and shadow. The war began before you were born. Before. Your parents were born, even. Tom Riddle, the man who would become Lord Voldemort, was my student. I watched him descend into darkness. I watched him gather followers. I watched him terrorize Britain. Dumbledore's voice grew heavier. And I did nothing. Not enough, anyway. I formed the Order of the Phoenix. I fought against the Death Eaters. I tried to protect the innocent. But I was always one step behind. Always reacting, never preventing. He turned to look at Harry directly. When your parents were marked for death by the prophecy, when we learned that Voldemort would target them and their child, I made a decision. I would hide them. Protect them. Use every resource at my disposal to keep them safe. But you failed, Harry said. His voice was flat. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. I failed. James and Lily died because I trusted the wrong person. Because I believed that Sirius Black, their best friend, their chosen secret keeper, would never betray them. Because I underestimated how thoroughly Voldemort had infiltrated our world. He paused, swallowing hard. After their deaths, I found you. A baby. Alive. Protected by a magic I had only read about in theory, the power of a mother's sacrifice, the blood wards that would keep you safe as long as you called your aunt's house home. You sent me to the Dursleys. I sent you to the only family you had left. Petunia was Lily's sister. The blood connection was real. The protection was real. Dumbledore's voice cracked. What I didn't anticipate was how they would treat you. I knew they wouldn't love you, Petunia's resentment ran too deep for that. But I believed, I wanted to believe, that they would care for you. Feed you. Clothe you. Give you a home. They gave me a cupboard. Dumbledore closed his eyes. I know. I learned, eventually. But by then, the pattern was set. The blood wards were strong because you called that place home. If I removed you, if I placed you elsewhere, the protection would weaken. Voldemort wasn't dead, Harry. He was waiting. Biding his time. And the Blood Wards were the only thing standing between you and the Death Eaters who still hunted you. You could have checked on me. Sent someone to see how I was doing. I should have. I didn't. Dumbledore opened his eyes. There's no excuse for that. Only explanation. I was distracted. The war didn't end with Voldemort's defeat. His followers scattered, but they didn't disappear. They infiltrated the Ministry. They corrupted the Wizengamot. They whispered poison in the ears of everyone who might have helped you. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. I convinced myself that your suffering was temporary. That once you came to Hogwarts, once you were surrounded by magic and friends and people who cared about you, the years with the Dursleys would fade. That you would forgive me for leaving you there. Did you convince yourself about the money too? Harry asked. The estates? The rental income you diverted to your allies? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The estates, he said finally, were a security risk. Empty magical properties attract attention, from dark creatures, from rogue wizards, from anyone looking for a place to hide. I rented them to families I trusted. Families who would maintain the wards, protect the secrets, keep the properties safe until you were old enough to claim them. And the money? Paid for the war. Dumbledore's voice was tired. Not the first war, the second one. The one you don't know about yet. The one that's been fought in the shadows for the past 8 years. The one that's still being fought, every day, by people who risk their lives to keep Britain safe from the remnants of Voldemort's army. Harry stared at him. You used my inheritance to fund a secret war. I used your inheritance to survive a secret war. The Order of the Phoenix didn't disband after Voldemort's defeat. We went underground. We tracked Death Eaters, disrupted their operations, protected their targets. All of it cost money, money the Ministry wouldn't provide, money we couldn't raise through legal channels without alerting our enemies. Dumbledore spread his hands. I told myself it was temporary. That once the war was truly over, once every Death Eater was captured or killed, I would restore every galleon to your accounts. With interest. With apologies. With explanations that would make you understand why I did what I did. But the war never ended. No. It never ended. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged. Every time we thought we'd won, every time we captured a Death Eater, disrupted a plot, saved a life, 2 more threats emerged. The snake has many heads, Harry. Cut off one, and 2 grow back. Harry thought about the files in his pouch. The names of Ministry officials who had received money from his accounts. The shell companies. The hidden transfers. Who else knew? Harry asked. Who else was part of this? Dumbledore hesitated. People I trusted, he said. People who had proven their loyalty to the Order. People who risked their lives, many of whom lost their lives, fighting against Voldemort and his followers. People like Cornelius Fudge. Rufus Scrimgeour. Barty Crouch. Dumbledore flinched. Some of them, yes. Others were unaware. They received money through channels they didn't question, from sources they didn't investigate. I protected them from the truth because the truth would have endangered them. You used them, Harry said. You used everyone. Me. The Ministry officials. The families renting my estates. You turned my inheritance into a weapon in a war I didn't even know existed. I turned your inheritance into a shield, Dumbledore countered. A shield that protected thousands of innocent people from Death Eater attacks. A shield that funded research into Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes, the objects that keep him tethered to life even in death. A shield that paid for informants, safe houses, emergency medical care. For wounded Order members. He stood up, walking toward Harry with slow, careful steps. I am not innocent, Harry. I am not blameless. I made choices, terrible choices, that I will regret for the rest of my life. I left you with people who hurt you. I used your money to fight a war you didn't choose. I kept secrets from you that you had every right to know. He stopped 10 feet away. But I never stole from you. Not in my heart. Every galleon I spent trying to create a world where you could grow up safe. Where you could go to Hogwarts and make friends and play Quidditch and fall in love without fearing that Voldemort would rise again and destroy everything you loved. I didn't have any of that, Harry said quietly. I didn't have friends. I didn't have Quidditch. I didn't have love. I had a cupboard and a family that hated me and a scar that burned whenever I thought about magic. Dumbledore's face crumpled. I know, he whispered. I know, and I am so sorry. They stood in silence for a long time. The forest breathed around them, leaves rustling, birds calling, the distant sound of water moving over stone. The ring pulsed slowly on Harry's finger, neither hot nor cold, as though it was waiting for him to decide. I want to believe you, Harry said finally. Part of me wants to believe that everything you did was for a good reason. That you're not a thief or a liar or a villain. But? Dumbledore prompted. But the evidence doesn't match your story. The files show that money went to people who weren't fighting any war. People who used it to buy houses and cars and political influence. People who didn't even know your name, let alone the Order of the Phoenix. He pulled a parchment from his pouch, the list of names and numbers he'd shown the Wizengamot. 17 ministry officials received payments from my accounts. We've investigated 12 of them so far. Only 3 had any connection to the Order. The other 9 were just corrupt. They took the money because it was offered, because no one was watching, because they believed they deserved it more than an orphan boy. Dumbledore's face went pale. I didn't know, he said. I trusted the people who managed the accounts. I believed they were distributing the money to Order members and approved causes. If some of it was diverted, then you were negligent. Harry's voice was hard. You were responsible. You signed the papers. You had the authority. If you didn't check where the money was going, that's on you. Dumbledore bowed his head. Yes, he said. It is. Harry tucked the parchment back into his pouch. The investigation will take months. Maybe longer. The goblins are going to trace every galleon, interview every witness, analyze every document. When they're done, we'll know the truth, the whole truth, not just the parts you want to tell me. He turned to leave. Harry. Dumbledore's voice stopped him. Whatever the investigation finds, whatever you think of me now, or in the future, I need you to know one thing. Harry looked back. I am proud of you, Dumbledore said. Not because you're the boy who lived. Not because you defeated Voldemort as a baby. Because you're brave. Because you're honest. Because you refuse to let the world tell you who to be. His eyes glistened. You are more like your mother than you know. Harry felt something crack inside his chest, a wall he'd built around his heart, a defense against caring about people who might hurt him. I don't forgive you, Harry said. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I know. But I'll listen. When the investigation is done, when I know the whole truth, I'll listen to whatever you have to say. Dumbledore nodded slowly. That's more than I deserve. No, Harry said. It's not. It's just, the truth. He turned and walked away, the ring warm on his finger, his mother's journal pressed against his heart. Behind him, beneath the ancient oak, Albus Dumbledore sat down on the fallen log. And wept. Harry didn't tell Ragnarok about the meeting. Not because he didn't trust the goblin, he did, more than anyone he'd ever known. But because the meeting had raised questions Harry couldn't answer. Questions about the war, about the Order, about the invisible battle that had been fought in the shadows for 8 years. Was Dumbledore telling the truth? Had the money really been spent trying to protect people? Or was this just another layer of lies, another story designed to make Harry doubt what he'd found in the files? He read his mother's journal that night, searching for answers. But the journal ended before the war did, before Voldemort's defeat, before Dumbledore became his guardian, before the estates were rented and the money was diverted. The truth, it seemed, was still hiding. Waiting to be found. The next morning, a letter arrived from Gringotts. Herr Potter. Our investigation has uncovered additional information regarding the 15th estate. The location remains hidden, but we have identified a potential entry point, a door that only opens to the blood of the Potter family, We recommend that you visit this door as soon as possible. Whatever lies beyond, it may hold answers to questions you haven't even thought to ask, Ragnarok. Harry read the letter twice. The 15th estate. The one that had been erased from every record. The one that contained something powerful enough to change everything. He touched the ring on his finger, and the black stone swirled with eager light. Where is the door? Harry asked. The ring pulsed, once, twice, 3 times, and a map appeared in Harry's mind. A path through forests and mountains, across rivers and valleys, to a place that didn't exist on any chart. A place that only he could find. Harry packed his satchel, tucked his mother's journal inside his robes, and went to find Ragnarok. The search for the 15th estate was about to begin. Chapter 8, The Forgotten Tenants. The morning light filtered through the crystal windows of Gringotts, casting rainbow patterns across the stone floor. Harry stood before a large map that covered an entire wall, a moving, breathing representation of magical Britain, with tiny figures walking along roads and ships sailing across seas that rippled like real water. Ragnarok stood beside him, pointing at a cluster of markers in the northern reaches of England. Your estates, the goblin said. 15 primary properties, scattered across the country. We've confirmed ownership of 14. The 15th remains, elusive. Harry traced the markers with his eyes. Potter Manor in Godric's Hollow. Peveril Keep in Cornwall. Black Manor in the Scottish Highlands. The townhouse on Diagon Alley. The lighthouse off the coast of Scotland. The vineyard in France. All of them his. All of them occupied by strangers. I want to meet them, Harry said. The people living in my properties. I want to see their faces, hear their voices, understand who they are. Ragnarok raised an eyebrow. That's unusual. Most lords don't personally visit their tenants. I'm not most lords. Harry's voice was quiet but firm. These people have been living in my homes for 8 years. They've been paying rent that was stolen from me. They deserve to know the truth. And I deserve to know them. The goblin studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Very well. But we do it carefully. Some of these tenants are powerful. And not all of them will be pleased to learn that their rental agreements were fraudulent. I don't care if they're pleased, Harry said. I care about the truth. The first estate on Harry's list was a small cottage in the village of Ottery St. Catchpole. The apparition dropped him at the edge of a winding lane, lined with hedgerows heavy with summer flowers. The cottage stood at the end of the lane, a charming, crooked building with a thatched roof and chimneys that seemed to lean at impossible angles. Smoke curled from one of the chimneys, and the windows glowed with warm golden light. Harry walked up the lane, the ring warm on his finger, his satchel bumping against his hip. The door opened before he could knock. A woman stood in the doorway, tall and slender, with red hair that fell past her shoulders and a face covered in freckles. She looked to be in her 30s, with kind eyes that widened when she saw Harry. You're Harry Potter, she said. Not a question. Yes. Harry swallowed. And you're Molly Weasley. The woman's face broke into a smile, warm and genuine and so full of motherly affection that Harry felt his chest ache. "Oh, you poor dear. Come in, come in. I've just put the kettle on." She ushered him inside before he could protest. The cottage was small but cozy, filled with the smell of baking bread and the sound of clocks ticking in cheerful chaos. Knitting needles moved on their own in the corner, working on a sweater that looked like it was intended for someone Harry's size. Dishes washed themselves in the sink. A photograph on the mantel showed a family of redheads, all waving and laughing. "You have a lot of children," Harry observed. Molly Weasley laughed. 7. Though 2 are grown now, Bill and Charlie work abroad. The others are at school or, well, Percy's at school, and Fred and George are supposed to be at school, though I suspect they're actually in the shed, experimenting with something explosive. She set a cup of tea in front of Harry, real tea, in a chipped mug that said, "World's Best Mum," and sat down across from him. "The goblins wrote to us," Molly said. "About the cottage. About the irregularities with the rental payments." Her smile faded. "We had no idea, Harry. None. Albus arranged for us to rent this place after the war, said it belonged to a friend who was abroad, that the rent would help maintain the property until the owner returned." "He told you it belonged to a friend?" Molly nodded, her expression troubled. "We never questioned it. Albus Dumbledore is, a trusted figure. When he said the cottage was available, we jumped at the chance. We'd been living with my Aunt Muriel, cramped, miserable, the children sharing beds, and this place was a dream come true." Harry looked around the cottage. The furniture was worn but comfortable. Books overflowed from shelves. Children's drawings were tacked to the walls. A pair of wellies sat by the door, caked with mud. "This is your home," Harry said softly. Molly's eyes glistened. "It is. We've been here for 6 years. The children have grown up here. Arthur and I, we've made memories here. Built a life." She reached across the table and took Harry's hand. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I'm sorry that our home was stolen from you. I'm sorry that the money we paid, thinking we were helping a friend, was actually being taken from an orphan boy who needed it far more than we did." Harry squeezed her hand back. "I don't blame you," he said. "You didn't know. None of you knew. Dumbledore lied to everyone, not just me." Molly wiped her eyes with her free hand. "What happens now? Will we have to leave?" Harry had been thinking about this question since the audit began. The estates were his, legally, magically, by blood and inheritance. He could evict every tenant, reclaim every property, take back everything that had been stolen from him. But looking at Molly Weasley's face, looking at the photographs of her children, the drawings on the walls, the wellies by the door, he knew he couldn't do that. "You can stay," Harry said. "All of you. Every tenant who wants to remain in their home can stay. But the rental agreements will change. The money will go where it's supposed to go, to me, not to Dumbledore's shell companies. And if the rent was set unfairly, if you were paying too much, we'll adjust it." Molly stared at him. You're letting us stay. You didn't do anything wrong. Why should you lose your home because Dumbledore stole from me?" The woman burst into tears. Harry didn't know what to do. He'd never made an adult cry before, except Aunt Petunia, who cried with rage, not gratitude. He sat awkwardly as Molly wept, patting her hand, feeling completely out of his depth. "Oh, you dear, dear boy," Molly said finally, dabbing her eyes with her apron. "You're so like your mother. Lily was the same way, always thinking of others, always putting their needs before her own." Harry's breath caught. "You knew my mother?" "Knew her. I loved her." Molly's smile was watery but warm. "We were in the Order together, during the First War. She was the bravest woman I ever met. And James, your father, he was a menace, but a lovable one. They used to come to our old house for dinner, back when we only had Bill and Charlie. Lily would hold the babies and sing to them. She had the most beautiful voice. Harry felt tears prick his own eyes. "Tell me about them," he said. "Please." And Molly did. She talked for an hour, about Lily's wit and kindness, about James's loyalty and recklessness, about the way they looked at each other like the rest of the world didn't exist. She talked about their wedding, a small ceremony in the garden of Potter Manor, with only close friends in attendance. She talked about Harry's birth, how James had sent a Patronus to every member of the order within an hour, announcing that his son was the most beautiful baby in the history of the world. "He was wrong, of course," Molly said, laughing. "All new parents think their baby is the most beautiful. But you were certainly adorable. And those eyes, Lily's eyes. I looked into them and knew you would be extraordinary." Harry held on to every word, storing them in his heart like treasures. When he finally left the cottage, the sun was setting and his cheeks were wet with tears he hadn't bothered to wipe away. "Next estate?" Ragnarok asked, appearing from the shadows. Harry shook his head. "Not today. I need to process." The goblin nodded understandingly. The next week was a blur of visits. Harry traveled across Britain, meeting the families who lived in his properties. Some were kind, like the Weasleys, grateful for the chance to stay, horrified by what Dumbledore had done. Others were cold, suspicious, clearly worried about their own positions. The Greengrasses, who lived in Peveril Keep, were polite but distant. Lord Greengrass shook Harry's hand with the correct amount of firmness, Lady Greengrass offered tea with the correct amount of hospitality, and their daughters, two girls with blonde hair and pale blue eyes, curtsied with the correct amount of deference. But there was no warmth. No regret. No acknowledgement that they had been living in Harry's home for 8 years while Harry slept in a cupboard. The rental agreement was legal, Lord Greengrass said, when Harry explained the situation. "We paid the amount requested to the entity specified. If that entity was not the rightful owner, that is a matter between you and Mr. Dumbledore. Our family has no involvement in this dispute." Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to point out that they had received 8 years of below-market rent on a property that should have been his. Wanted to ask how they could be so cold about a situation that had caused so much harm. But he didn't. He simply nodded, explained that they could stay if they wished under a new agreement, and left. "They're purebloods," Ragnarok said as they apparat away. "They care about appearances, not justice. Don't take it personally." Harry wasn't sure he could avoid taking it personally. The Bones estate was different. Amelia Bones met Harry at the door of Black Manor, a sprawling mansion in the Scottish Highlands, with turrets and battlements and a frozen lake that glittered in the morning light. She was wearing her judicial robes, but her expression was softer than it had been in the Wizengamot. "I owe you an apology, Mr. Potter," she said, leading him into a study lined with law books and family portraits. "The rental agreement for this property was arranged by my late brother, Edgar. He was in the Order of the Phoenix. He trusted Dumbledore implicitly. And I never questioned it." Harry sat in a leather armchair that swallowed him whole. "You also received money from my accounts. 15,000 galleons." Amelia's face tightened. "I did. The money was deposited into a trust account for my niece, Susan. Dumbledore claimed it was an educational grant, a reward for Edgar's service to the Order. I had no reason to doubt him. And now I've launched an internal investigation into every galleon that passed through my department." She met Harry's eyes squarely. "If I benefited from stolen funds, I want to know. And I want to make it right." Harry studied her for a long moment. She seemed sincere, but so had Dumbledore, at first. "The investigation will determine the truth," Harry said. "Until then, I'm not making any judgments." Amelia nodded slowly. "That's wise. More wise than your years." She paused. "You can stay here, you know. Black Manor. It's your property. If you want to visit, to see the grounds, the library, the family artifacts, you're welcome anytime. Harry looked around the study. Books, portraits, a fire crackling in the hearth. It felt like a home, someone's home, if not his. I'd like that, Harry said. Someday. The most difficult visit was the last one. Potter Manor. Harry stood in the garden, watching as the Malfoys' carriage pulled away. Lucius Malfoy had been coldly polite, Narcissa Malfoy had been silently hostile, and their son, a boy Harry's age with white blonde hair and a sneer that seemed permanently etched onto his face, had stared at Harry like he was something unpleasant on the bottom of his shoe. "You're Potter," the boy had said. "The boy who lived." "I'm Harry." "I'm Draco Malfoy." The boy's sneer deepened. "My father says your family's fortune was built on stolen gold. That the Potters were thieves and merchants who bought their way into society." Harry had felt the ring flare hot on his finger. "Your father has been living in my house for 8 years, Harry said quietly. "Paying rent to a man who stole from me. I'm not sure he's in a position to lecture anyone about stolen gold." Draco's pale face had flushed red. "How dare you, Draco?" Lucius's voice was cold. "We're leaving." The Malfoys had swept out of the manor like a storm front, leaving silence in their wake. Now Harry stood alone in the garden, watching their carriage disappear over the hills. "Are you all right?" Ragnarok asked, appearing at his side. Harry shook his head. "I don't know. I thought meeting the tenants would make things clearer. But it's just made everything more complicated. The truth often does. The Weasleys are good people who were lied to. The Greengrasses are cold people who don't care. Amelia Bones wants to do the right thing, but she benefited from the wrong thing. And the Malfoys." Harry trailed off. "The Malfoys are Death Eaters," Ragnarok finished. "Or former Death Eaters, depending on who you ask. Lucius claimed he was under the Imperius curse during the war. The Ministry accepted that defense. Many people did not." Harry thought about the files in his pouch. The records that showed Lucius Malfoy receiving 100,000 galleons from Harry's accounts, more than twice what he'd paid in rent. He knew, Harry said. Lucius Malfoy knew the money was stolen. He didn't care because he was profiting from it. That seems likely. And Dumbledore knew too. He knew and he let it happen because he needed Malfoy's support for something. Or because Malfoy had leverage over him. Or because the war is complicated, Ragnarok interrupted gently. And people make compromises. Terrible compromises that hurt innocent people. You're learning that lesson earlier than most, Harry. I'm sorry. Harry turned to look at Potter Manor, his home, his inheritance. The windows glowed with warm light. The gardens bloomed with flowers his mother had planted. The portraits inside watched him with hope and grief and love. "I want to live here," Harry said. "Not in Gringotts. Not with the Dursleys. Here. In my home." Ragnarok nodded slowly. "That can be arranged. The wards are strong, stronger now that you've awakened them. And the Malfoys have vacated. The manor is empty." "Empty," Harry repeated. "But not empty. The portraits are there. The family magic. My mother's garden. And your mother's journal," Ragnarok added. "And the secrets hidden in the East Wing. And the vault beneath the manor that we haven't fully explored." Harry looked down at the ring on his finger. The black stone swirled slowly, contentedly, as though it too was glad to be home. "Can we move in tomorrow?" Harry asked. Ragnarok smiled, a rare, genuine expression. "I'll arrange it." They moved in at dawn. Harry walked through the front door of Potter Manor with the rising sun at his back, the ring glowing golden on his finger, his satchel heavy with files and secrets. The portraits cheered as he entered, some weeping, some laughing, all of them calling out greetings and blessings and words of love. "Welcome home, Heir Potter. Welcome home, young master. Welcome home, Harry." He walked through the entrance hall, running his fingers along the marble walls, feeling the magic hum beneath his touch. The manor was waking, truly waking, now that its rightful owner had returned. Chandeliers blazed with light. Flames roared in fireplaces that hadn't been lit in years. The air grew warmer, sweeter, filled with the scent of lavender and old books and something that smelled like his mother's perfume. "The East Wing," Harry said. "I want to see it. Really see it." Ragnar followed him up the grand staircase, past galleries of portraits, through corridors lined with suits of armor and tapestries that moved and shifted. The door to the East Wing was still open from Harry's last visit, the seal Dumbledore had placed on it long since dissolved. But beyond the door, Harry had only gone a few feet. Now he walked deeper. The corridor stretched into darkness, lit only by the glow of the ring on his finger. Portraits lined these walls too, older portraits, some so faded Harry could barely make out the faces. They watched him in silence, their painted eyes following his progress. At the end of the corridor stood another door. This one was older than the others, made of wood so dark it seemed to absorb light, covered in carvings that told a story Harry couldn't quite follow. A battle, perhaps. Or a birth. Or a death. The ring pulsed. Harry reached out and touched the door. It swung open without a sound. Beyond the door was a circular room, smaller than the vault beneath Gringotts but somehow grander. The walls were lined with portraits, not of Potters, Harry realized, but of everyone. Wizards and witches in robes from every century, dressed in clothes that spanned 1,000 years of history. In the center of the room stood a pedestal. And on the pedestal rested a book. But not a normal book. This one was bound in white leather, stamped with gold letters that spelled out a single word. Tenants. Harry opened the book. The pages were filled with names, hundreds of them, thousands, stretching back through centuries of Potter history. Each name was accompanied by a date, a location, a description. Mary Whitfield, 1763, tenant, Blackthorn Cottage, rent, 5 galleons per month, paid faithfully for 47 years. Thomas Green, 1822, tenant, Potter Townhouse, rent, 12 galleons per month, evicted for non-payment. Elena Vasquez, 1955, tenant, Peveril Keep, rent, 50 galleons per month, descendants still in residence. Harry flipped through the pages, his breath catching in his throat. These were the forgotten tenants. The people who had lived in his estates. For centuries, paying rent to the Potter family, forming communities that had lasted generations. Some had been evicted. Some had left voluntarily. Some had died in their homes, their families continuing to pay rent for decades after they were gone. And some, many, were still there. Living in his properties. Paying rent to Dumbledore's shell companies. Not knowing that the money was stolen, that the heir was still a child, that everything they believed about their homes was built on a lie. "I want to meet them all," Harry said softly. "Everyone on this list. Everyone still living in my properties. I want to look them in the eyes and tell them the truth." Ragnar stepped up beside him, reading the names over his shoulder. "That will take months. Years, perhaps. Then I'll spend months. Years." Harry closed the book and held it against his chest. "These people trusted my family. They lived on our land, paid our rent, raised their children in our homes. They deserve to know what happened. They deserve to know that I'm not like Dumbledore. That I won't lie to them or steal from them or use them for my own purposes." He turned to face the goblin. "I'm not just going to reclaim my estates. I'm going to rebuild them. Restore them. Make them into something my parents would be proud of." Ragnar studied him for a long moment. Then he bowed, a deep, formal bow, the kind goblins reserved for kings. You are already making them proud, Herr Potter. Harry looked down at the book in his hands. The Forgotten Tenants. The people who had been living his parents' legacy without even knowing it. They deserved better than Dumbledore's lies. They deserved the truth. And Harry was going to give it to them, one visit, one conversation, one home at a time. The ring pulsed warmly on his finger. The manor hummed with satisfied magic. And somewhere in the depths of the 15th estate, the one that didn't exist on any map, the one that had been erased from every record, something ancient began to stir. Waiting. Watching. Ready. Chapter 9, The Vault Beneath Potter Manor. The discovery happened by accident. Harry had been living in Potter Manor for 3 weeks, waking in a bedroom that had once belonged to his father, eating breakfast in a kitchen where portraits of his ancestors watched him with loving eyes, walking through gardens where his mother's flowers still bloomed in defiance of the years. The manor was vast, and Harry spent his days exploring its corridors, learning its secrets, letting the family magic seep into his bones. But some secrets were buried deeper than others. It was the ring that led him to the vault. He had been in the library, a cavernous room filled with thousands of books, their spines glittering with gold and silver lettering, when the black stone on his finger began to pulse with a rhythm he hadn't felt before. Not the slow, contented pulse of a magic at rest. Something faster. More urgent. Follow, the ring seemed to say. Follow. Harry set down the book he'd been reading, a history of the Peveril family that stretched back to the 10th century, and followed the ring's pull out of the library, down a corridor he'd never noticed before, through a door that opened at his touch even though he'd never seen a handle. The passage beyond was narrow, lit by torches that flared to life as he passed. The walls were rough stone, unlike the polished marble of the manor's main corridors, and the air smelled of earth and age and something metallic. Lumos, Harry whispered, and his wand tip, a new wand, purchased from Ollivander's just last week, glowed with soft blue light. The passage sloped downward, spiraling deeper beneath the manor. Harry walked for what felt like hours, though the ring's steady pulse told him it had only been minutes. The torches flickered. The walls grew damper. The air grew colder. And then the passage ended. Harry stood before a door, not a grand door like the one in Gringotts, but a simple wooden door, banded with iron, with a single word carved into its surface. Potter. Harry reached out and touched the word. The door swung open. The vault was not what Harry expected. He had imagined piles of gold, mountains of galleons like the ones in the stories Ragnarok had told him about the Lestranges and the Blacks. He had imagined jewels and crowns and treasure chests overflowing with ancient artifacts. Instead, the vault was a library. Shelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, packed with books and scrolls and rolled-up parchments. A reading desk sat in the center of the room, its surface cluttered with quills and ink pots and a magnifying glass that glowed with its own light. The air smelled of paper and leather and the particular mustiness of very old things that had been left undisturbed for a very long time. But it was the walls that made Harry stop. Not the shelves, though they were impressive, but the space between the shelves. Portraits. Dozens of them. Hundreds, perhaps. They lined the walls in neat rows, their painted occupants watching Harry with expressions ranging from curiosity to hope to barely suppressed excitement. Another Potter, said a woman in the nearest portrait. She had red hair like Harry's mother and green eyes like Harry's own. And so young. What year is it? 1990, Harry said. The woman's face fell. 1990, then James and Lily are. They died, Harry said quietly. When I was a baby. Voldemort killed them. Gasps rippled through the portraits. Some of the painted figures clutched their chests. Others turned away, their shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Voldemort, a man spat, an old wizard with a beard that reached his waist and eyes that burned with fury. Tom Riddle. I knew he would be trouble. I told Fleamont, I told him, but would he listen? No. Too busy with his potions, too busy with his experiments, too busy to see the darkness gathering. Grandfather, the red-haired woman said reproachfully. Now is not the time. Now is exactly the time. The old wizard turned to Harry. I am Henry Potter. Your great-great-grandfather. And I have been waiting, waiting, for a Potter to walk through that door for nearly 70 years. Harry blinked. 70 years. The vault chooses its visitors, Henry said. Not the other way around. A Potter may enter only when the family magic deems them ready. I entered when I was 12. My father entered when he was 9. My grandfather entered when he was 16. He leaned forward, his painted eyes narrowing. You are 8. That means the magic sees something in you, boy. Something special. Harry didn't feel special. He felt confused and overwhelmed and very, very small. What is this place? Harry asked, turning in a slow circle. What is this vault? The heart of the Potter family, the red-haired woman said softly. Every Potter who ever lived has left something here. Memories, mostly. But also secrets. Knowledge. Magic that can't be trusted to the outside world. She gestured to the shelves. Potions that could raise the dead. Spells that could level cities. Artifacts that could tear apart the fabric of reality. Her voice dropped. And records. Thousands of years of records. Wars, births, deaths, marriages, betrayals, alliances. Everything the Potters ever knew, everything they ever discovered, everything they ever hid, it's all here. Harry walked to the nearest shelf and pulled a book at random. The cover was worn leather, the pages yellowed with age, the handwriting inside tiny and precise. The True History of the Founding of Hogwarts, the title read. As witnessed by Ralston Potter, 993 AD. Harry's hands shook. This is from the 10th century. Ralston was there, Henry Potter said. He helped build the castle, you know. The Potters were masons before we were merchants. We laid the stones that became the walls of Hogwarts. We carved the runes that power the wards. We knew the founders, not as legends, but as people. Flawed, brilliant, terrifying people. Harry replaced the book carefully, reverently, and pulled another. The Peveril Inheritance, a complete genealogy. Another. The Black Family Curse, Origins and Remedies. Another. The Prophecy of the Seventh Month, Analysis and Implications. Harry stopped. The Prophecy of the Seventh Month. He pulled the book from the shelf and opened it to the first page. On the night of January 15, 1980, Sybil Trelawney, great-great-granddaughter of the celebrated seer Cassandra Trelawney, delivered a prophecy in the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. The prophecy was overheard by Severus Snape, a Death Eater in the employ of Lord Voldemort, who reported its contents to his master, ***. The prophecy stated ***. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry read the words 3 times. Born as the 7th month dies. July 31st. His birthday. The Dark Lord would mark him as his equal. His scar. He will have power the Dark Lord knows not. What power? What could he possibly have that Voldemort didn't? And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry closed the book. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold it. Harry? The red-haired woman's voice was concerned. Are you all right? That's the prophecy, Harry said. The one that made Voldemort kill my parents. The one that marked me. The portraits exchanged glances. You've heard of it, Henry said slowly. Dumbledore mentioned it. In his letters. In the files from the vault at Gringotts. Harry looked up at his ancestors. But he never told me what it said. He never told me that I have to kill Voldemort. Or die trying. Silence fell over the vault. Then Henry Potter sighed, a long, weary sound that seemed to come from the depths of his painted chest. Albus Dumbledore, he said, has a great many flaws. But keeping that prophecy from you, that may not have been one of them. Harry stared at him. How can you say that? I have a right to know. You have a right to know, Henry agreed. But not at 8 years old. Not when you're still a child. The weight of that prophecy, the fear, the expectation, the knowledge that your life is not entirely your own, it's crushing. Dumbledore knows that. He's seen what happens to children who are told they're destined for greatness or doom or both. He gestured to a portrait on the far wall, a young man with dark hair and hollow eyes. Your great-uncle Charles was told a prophecy when he was 7. That he would be a great warrior, that he would lead armies, that his name would live forever in the history books. He was dead by 22. Killed in a duel he never should have fought, against an enemy he never should have challenged, because he believed he was invincible. Harry followed his gaze. The young man in the portrait stared back at him with empty eyes. I'm not invincible, Harry said. No, Henry agreed. You're not. But you're also not doomed. Prophecies are tricky things, Harry. They show possibilities, not certainties. The future is not written in stone, it's written in water, always shifting, always changing. What matters is not what the prophecy says, but what you do. He leaned forward again. The Dark Lord heard the prophecy and chose to act on it. He chose to hunt you down, to kill your parents, to mark you as his equal. That was his choice. Not fate. Not destiny. Choice. Harry thought about this. About Voldemort, sitting in some dark chamber, deciding that a baby was enough of a threat to murder. About Dumbledore, hiding the prophecy, trying to protect Harry from a truth he wasn't ready to hear. Does the prophecy have to come true? Harry asked. Henry's expression softened. That depends on you. And on him. And on 1,000 other factors that no one, not the greatest seer who ever lived, can predict. He paused. But here's what I can tell you, Harry. Here's what the Potter family has learned over 1,000 years of fighting and surviving and enduring. The prophecies that come true are the ones people believe will come true. If you spend your life running from the prophecy, you'll end up exactly where it says you will. But if you live your life, if you make your own choices, love your own people, fight your own battles, the prophecy becomes meaningless. Meaningless? Prophecies have no power except the power we give them. Henry's voice was fierce. Don't give it power, Harry. Don't let the fear of what might happen steal the joy of what is happening. You're 8 years old. You have your whole life ahead of you. Live it. Don't let Tom Riddle steal another second of your happiness. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. He had been so afraid of the prophecy, afraid of Voldemort, afraid of the future that seemed to be rushing toward him like a train he couldn't stop. But Henry's words made him feel like maybe, just maybe, the future wasn't already written. I'll try, Harry said. I'll try to live. Henry smiled. That's all any of us can do. Harry spent the rest of the day in the vault, reading book after book, learning things he had never imagined. He learned that the Potters had been friends with the Peverils for centuries before the families merged through marriage. He learned that the Black family curse, a tendency toward madness and cruelty, could be traced back to a love potion gone wrong in the 15th century. He learned that the founders of Hogwarts had not been the noble figures history remembered them as, that Slytherin had tried to murder the other 3, that Ravenclaw had stolen artifacts from foreign wizards. That Hufflepuff had covered up crimes to protect her friends. He learned that magic was not good or evil, it simply was. That the same spell could heal or harm depending on the intent behind it. That the most dangerous wizards were not the ones who studied the darkest magic, but the ones who believed their cause was just. He learned about his parents. Not the idealized versions from the stories, but real people, flawed and brilliant and sometimes foolish. His father had been expelled from Hogwarts twice, both times for pranks gone wrong, and had only been allowed to return because Dumbledore intervened. His mother had nearly been sorted into Slytherin before the hat placed her in Gryffindor, and she had spent her entire first year proving that Muggle-born witches could be just as powerful as purebloods. They had been young. In love. Happy. Until the war took it all away. Harry closed the last book and sat in the silence of the vault, surrounded by the ghosts of his ancestors. "What do I do now?" he asked the empty air. "Now," said a voice behind him, "you sleep. It's past midnight." Harry turned. Ragnarok stood in the doorway, his dark eyes soft with concern. "How did you find me?" "The ring. It's keyed to your magical signature. I followed the trail." Ragnarok walked into the vault, his footsteps echoing on the stone floor. "You've been down here for 14 hours, Harry. You missed dinner. You missed the meeting with the estate managers. You missed the letter from the Wizengamot." Harry blinked. 14 hours. The vault does that. Warps time. Makes hours feel like minutes. Ragnarok stopped beside him and looked up at the portraits. "Your ancestors are impressive. And terrifying. And probably very, very tired of watching you read." Henry Potter snorted from his frame. "Tired? We've been waiting 70 years for someone to read these books. Let the boy read. He needs to eat," Ragnarok countered. "He can eat down here. The food will get cold. Then heat it up." Henry waved a dismissive hand. "You're a goblin. You have magic. Use it." Ragnarok's eye twitched. But he pulled a wrapped package from his robes, sandwiches, Harry realized, and an apple, and a flask of pumpkin juice, and set it on the reading desk. "Eat," Ragnarok said. "Then sleep. The vault will still be here tomorrow." Harry nodded. He was hungry. And tired. And so full of information that his head felt like it might burst. But he was also happy. For the first time since the audit began, maybe for the first time in his life, he felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Harry dreamed that night. Not a nightmare, not the green light and his mother's screams and the cold laughter of a monster. Something else. Something softer. He dreamed of a garden. His mother's garden, the one behind Potter Manor, where flowers bloomed in colors that didn't exist in the waking world. He walked among the roses, touching their petals, feeling their magic hum against his fingers. And then he saw her. Lily Potter stood at the center of the garden, her red hair glowing in the golden light, her green eyes fixed on Harry with an expression of such love that it hurt to look at her. "Mum." Harry's voice cracked. "Hello, my darling." She opened her arms. "I've missed you." Harry ran to her. He didn't care that it was a dream. He didn't care that she was dead. He didn't care that the war and the prophecy and Dumbledore's lies had stolen her from him before he could even remember her face. He just ran. And when her arms closed around him, when he felt the warmth of her embrace, when he smelled the lavender and honey that clung to her robes, Harry finally let himself cry. "I'm so sorry," he sobbed against her shoulder. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I'm sorry I was just a baby. I'm sorry I didn't." "Shoo." Lily stroked his hair. "You were a baby, Harry. You weren't supposed to save anyone. You were supposed to be loved. And you were. You are. Every day, every moment, every breath, I love you. But Dumbledore, the prophecy, Voldemort." Lily pulled back and cupped his face in her hands. "Listen to me," she said. Listen to me carefully. The prophecy is not your destiny. It is a possibility. One of many. The future is not written, Harry. It is chosen. Every choice you make, every person you love, every battle you fight, those are what shape tomorrow. Not words spoken by a woman in a pub. Harry sniffled. But the prophecy said. The prophecy said that you have the power to defeat Voldemort. It didn't say you have to defeat him. It didn't say you will defeat him. It said you have the power. What you do with that power, that's up to you. She smiled, that smile he had seen in photographs, the one that crinkled her eyes and made her whole face glow. You are not a weapon, Harry. You are not a symbol. You are my son. And I am so proud of the person you're becoming. But I'm just 8. I haven't done anything yet. You survived. You endured. You kept your heart soft when the world tried to harden it. You chose kindness when you could have chosen bitterness. That is everything, Harry. Everything. Harry clung to her, not wanting to let go, not wanting to wake up. I miss you, he whispered. I know. Lily pressed a kiss to his forehead. I miss you too. Every day. But I'm always with you, Harry. In your blood. In your magic. In the love that your father and I poured into you before you were even born. She stepped back, her form beginning to fade. Be brave, my darling. Be strong. And remember, you are never alone. Mom. Never alone. The garden faded. The light faded. Lily faded. And Harry woke in his bed at Potter Manor, his pillow wet with tears, the ring warm on his finger, and his mother's love wrapped around his heart like armor. He visited the vault again the next day. And the day after that. And the day after that. He read about the founders and the wars and the prophecies. He read about his parents and his grandparents and his great-great-great-grandmother Ianthe, who had left her echo in the ring. He read about the 15th estate, the one that had been erased from every record, and learned that it was called Isle of Peveril, a magical island off the coast of Ireland that appeared only to those who carried Potter blood. He learned that the island held the original Peveril Castle, built before Britain was Britain, before magic was divided into light and dark, before the Ministry and the Wizengamot and all the laws that govern modern wizarding life. He learned that the island held secrets. Powerful secrets. Secrets that Dumbledore had been trying to find for decades. And Harry, 8-year-old Harry, who had slept in a cupboard and eaten scraps and been told he was worthless, Harry was the only one who could open the door. The ring pulsed. The manor hummed. And somewhere off the coast of Ireland, in a place that didn't exist on any map, the Isle of Peveril waited. Ready for its heir. Ready for Harry. Chapter 10, The Wizengamot Investigation. The formal investigation began on the first Monday of September. Harry stood in the visitors' gallery of the Wizengamot chambers, looking down at the circle of witches and wizards who had gathered to determine the fate of his inheritance. The room was packed, every seat filled, with additional chairs crammed into the aisles for spectators. Reporters lined the walls, their quills scratching furiously against parchment. Magical cameras flashed, capturing images that would appear in tomorrow's newspapers. Amelia Bones presided from the highest tier, her iron-gray hair pulled back so tightly it seemed to stretch her skin. She looked tired. The investigation had consumed her department for weeks, and the political pressure to reach a certain conclusion was immense. But her voice, when she spoke, was steady. This special session of the Wizengamot will now hear testimony regarding the management of the Potter estates and trust accounts. The purpose of this session is to determine whether Albus Dumbledore, as magical guardian of Harry James Potter, violated magical law in his administration of the minor's inheritance. She paused, letting the words sink in. The Wizengamot has received over 3,000 pages of evidence from Gringotts Bank, including financial records, property deeds, rental agreements, and correspondence. We have also received testimony from 47 witnesses, including tenants, ministry officials, and financial experts. Her eyes swept the chamber. This is not a trial. This is an investigation. No verdict will be reached today. But the findings of this body will determine whether formal charges are filed against Albus Dumbledore or any other individual who may have participated in or benefited from the alleged mismanagement of the Potter inheritance. She banged her gavel. Let the first witness be called. The first witness was Ragnarok. The goblin strode to the center of the chamber with the confidence of someone who had faced hostile audiences before. His crimson robes swept the floor, and the silver pin on his chest, the shield and dagger of Gringotts, gleamed in the torchlight. He did not bow. Goblins did not bow to the Wizengamot. State your name and position for the record, Amelia Bones said. Ragnarok. Senior Account Manager for the Potter Family Trust, Gringotts Bank. 217 years of service. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. 200 years was a long time, longer than most wizarding families had existed. And what is your understanding of the irregularities in Harry Potter's accounts? Ragnarok pulled a scroll from his robes, longer than he was tall, and let it unroll across the floor. Numbers glittered on its surface, gold and silver and bronze, climbing into the millions. The Potter Trust Vault was established by Fremont Potter in 1958, 2 years before his son James was born. The vault was funded with an initial deposit of 500,000 galleons, generated from the sale of a proprietary potions formula developed by Mr. Potter. He pointed to the scroll. Over the next 23 years, the trust grew through investments, property income, and inheritance from related family lines, including the Peverils and the Blacks. By the time James and Lily Potter died in 1981, the trust held assets valued at approximately 4 million galleons. Harry's breath caught. 4 million. Not 2 million, asterisk 4 star. Under the terms of the magical guardianship established by Albus Dumbledore, Ragnarok continued, the trust was to be managed for Harry Potter's benefit until he reached his majority. Rental income from the Potter estates was to be deposited into the trust quarterly. Investments were to be reviewed annually by an independent auditor. He turned to face the Wizengamot. None of these things happened. The chamber buzzed with whispered commentary. What did happen? Amelia Bones asked. Rental income was diverted to a series of shell companies controlled by Dumbledore's associates. The trust's investments were liquidated and the proceeds transferred to accounts that the Goblin Nation cannot trace, because those accounts do not officially exist. And the independent audits that should have been conducted were postponed. Indefinitely. By whom? That is what we are here to determine. The second witness was Tiberius Ogden. He was a small man, round and pink-cheeked, with wispy white hair and a nervous twitch in his left eye. His robes were expensive, dark blue velvet with silver embroidery, but he wore them like they didn't belong to him, tugging at the collar, adjusting the cuffs, unable to stand still. Mr. Ogden, Amelia Bones said, you are the chairman of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Is that correct? Yes. Yes, I am. Ogden's voice was high and reedy. Have been for 12 years. 12 years. Since just after the war. And you are also the registered owner of Arcane Holdings Limited, a company based in the Channel Islands? Ogden's twitch worsened. Yes. Yes, that's correct. Arcane Holdings was, a holding company. For properties. Rental properties. Properties including Potter Manor. The chamber went very quiet. Ogden's face went very pale. I was told. Albus explained to me, the properties needed to be managed, you see. The owners were indisposed, and the ministry couldn't be trusted to. The owners, Amelia Bones interrupted, were Harry Potter. An infant. Who had just lost his parents. And you were told that the appropriate way to manage his properties was to transfer ownership to a shell company in your name? No. No, not ownership. Just, management. Temporary management. Until Harry came of age. And the rent? The 5,000 galleons per month that the Malfoys paid for Potter Manor went into the trust. The Hogwarts Discretionary Trust. For safekeeping. The Hogwarts Discretionary Trust, Amelia Bones repeated slowly. Which is controlled by Albus Dumbledore. Ogden swallowed. Yes. And you never questioned where that money went? Never asked to see the accounts? Never wondered why the trust's beneficiary, an orphan boy, was living with Muggles while his family home was occupied by one of the wealthiest families in Britain? Ogden's face crumpled. I trusted Albus. We all trusted Albus. He said it was necessary. For the war. For the children. For the war, Amelia Bones said. The war that ended 9 years before the Malfoys moved into Potter Manor. The war never ended, Ogden whispered. Not really. The Dark Lord's followers, they were everywhere. In the Ministry. In the Wizengamot. In Hogwarts itself, some of them. Albus said we needed resources. Funds that couldn't be traced. That would keep the order operational, keep the children safe, keep. He stopped, his voice cracking. Keep who safe, Mr. Ogden? Everyone, Ogden said. Keep everyone safe. That's what Albus said. That's what I believed. I still believe it. Amelia Bones stared at him for a long moment. Then she turned to the Wizengamot. No further questions for this witness. The third witness was Minerva McGonagall. She walked to the center of the chamber with her back straight and her head high, her emerald robe swishing against the stone floor. Her face was set in an expression that Harry had learned to recognize, the stern, unyielding mask of a woman who would not be intimidated by anyone or anything. But her eyes betrayed her. She looked tired. Worn. Guilty. Professor McGonagall, Amelia Bones said, you are the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You are also the signatory on account 417, at Gringotts, the account that received rental payments from the Potter estates before they were transferred to other destinations. McGonagall nodded stiffly. Yes. Can you explain why a Hogwarts professor had signatory authority over accounts belonging to a minor child? McGonagall was silent for a moment. Then she said, because Albus asked me to. The words hung in the air like a confession. He came to me in November of 1981. The war had just ended, or so we thought. James and Lily were dead. Harry was, with his aunt and uncle. And Albus was making arrangements. For the school. For the order. For the future. She paused, her hands clenching at her sides. He told me that the Potter estates needed to be managed. That the ministry couldn't be trusted to do it, too many Death Eaters in positions of power. That the goblins would freeze the assets if they knew Harry was the beneficiary, something about inheritance laws that I didn't fully understand. Did you ask questions? McGonagall's jaw tightened. I asked if the arrangement was legal. Albus assured me it was. I asked if Harry would be taken care of. Albus assured me he would be. I asked if the money would be returned when Harry came of age. Albus assured me it would. But you didn't check. You didn't verify. You didn't ensure that the assurances were true. McGonagall's eyes glistened. I trusted Albus Dumbledore. I had trusted him for decades. He had never given me reason to doubt him before. Before, Amelia Bones repeated. But you doubt him now? McGonagall looked up at the gallery, directly at Harry. Yes, she said. Now I doubt him. The testimony continued for hours. Witness after witness took the stand, ministry officials who had received payments from Harry's accounts, tenants who had rented his properties, financial experts who had analyzed the paper trail. Some were defensive, insisting they had done nothing wrong. Others were ashamed, admitting they should have asked more questions. A few were defiant, arguing that Dumbledore's actions were justified by the ongoing threat of Voldemort's return. But none of them could explain why 2 million galleons had disappeared. None of them could explain why Harry had been left with the Dursleys. None of them could explain why the boy who lived had slept in a cupboard while the Malfoys lived in his ancestral home. And then, the Wizengamot calls Albus Dumbledore. The chamber fell silent. Albus Dumbledore rose from his seat in the front row and walked to the center of the room. His robes were simple today, gray, unadorned, without the twinkling stars and moons that usually decorated his wardrobe. His half-moon spectacles were absent, leaving his eyes exposed and vulnerable. He looked old. Older than Harry had ever seen him. "Professor Dumbledore," Amelia Bones said, "you have heard the testimony presented to this body over the past several hours. Do you wish to respond?" Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I do." He turned to face the Wizengamot, not as a supplicant, but as a colleague. An equal. Someone who had sat in these chambers for decades, shaping the laws that govern magical Britain. "I will not insult this body by claiming I am blameless," Dumbledore began. "I made mistakes. Terrible mistakes. Mistakes that hurt an innocent child and enriched people who should never have been trusted with a single galleon of his inheritance." He paused. "But I did not steal from Harry Potter. I did not enrich myself. Every galleon that passed through my accounts, every galleon that I authorized to be transferred, was spent in service of a war that has not ended, even now, even as we speak." Gasps rippled through the chamber. The war against Voldemort, Dumbledore continued, did not end with his defeat in 1981. His followers remained. His Horcruxes remained. His spirit remained, hiding in the forests of Albania, gathering strength, waiting for the opportunity to return. He pulled a small crystal from his robes, a memory vial, filled with swirling silver light. "I have here a memory." Severus Snape, a former Death Eater who turned against his master, reporting on Voldemort's activities in 1983. 2 years after the Dark Lord fell. 2 years after we all believed the war was over. He held the vial up. "This memory, verified by the Department of Mysteries, proves that Voldemort was still active. Still plotting. Still dangerous. And still determined to destroy Harry Potter, the only person who had ever defeated him." Amelia Bones's expression was unreadable. "Are you claiming, Professor, that the mismanagement of Harry Potter's inheritance was justified by the ongoing threat of Voldemort's return?" "I am claiming that the mismanagement of Harry Potter's inheritance was motivated by that threat. Every galleon I spent, every rental payment diverted, every investment liquidated, every shell company established, was intended to protect the innocent. To hunt Voldemort's followers. To prevent the Dark Lord's return. And did it work?" Dumbledore's shoulders sagged. "We don't know. The war continues. Voldemort's followers are still free, still powerful, still dangerous. And Harry Potter's inheritance is still missing." He turned to look up at the gallery, to look at Harry. "I failed you," Dumbledore said. "Not because I stole from you. Not because I didn't care. Because I was so focused on the war, on the enemy I could see, the threat I could measure, that I forgot the boy. The human being. The child who needed more than protection. Who needed love." His voice cracked. "I am sorry, Harry. I am so sorry. And I will spend the rest of my life trying to make it right." Harry stared down at him. The ring pulsed on his finger, not hot, not cold, but steady. Patient. Waiting. "I don't forgive you," Harry said. His voice carried through the chamber, clear and strong despite his age. "Maybe someday I will. But not today. Not yet." Dumbledore bowed his head. "I understand. Today, I want the truth. The whole truth. Not your justifications. Not your apologies. The truth. He pulled a parchment from his robes, the list of names and numbers he had shown the Wiesengemot before. 17 ministry officials received money from my accounts. Money that should have gone to me. Money that Dumbledore claims was spent on the war. He held the parchment up. 7 of those officials are dead. Killed in the line of duty, fighting Death Eaters, protecting innocent people, doing their jobs. Maybe the money helped them do those jobs. Maybe it didn't. But they're dead, and I'll never know. His voice hardened. But 10 of them are still alive. Still serving in the ministry. Still receiving payments, some of them, according to Gringotts, from accounts that should have been closed years ago. He turned to face the Wiesengemot. I want those 10 officials investigated. I want to know what they did with my money. I want to know if they even knew where it came from. He looked back at Dumbledore. And I want to know why, if the war was so important, if the money was so necessary, why no one ever told me. Why I was left in the dark. Why I had to find out from goblins instead of from the man who was supposed to be protecting me. Dumbledore opened his mouth, but no words came. For once in his life, Albus Dumbledore had nothing to say. The investigation continued for 3 more weeks. Harry attended every session, sitting in the visitors' gallery, watching as witness after witness testified. Some were sympathetic to Dumbledore, old friends and allies who insisted that his intentions had been pure, even if his methods had been flawed. Others were hostile, political opponents who smelled blood in the water and wanted to bring down the most powerful wizard in Britain. But most were simply confused. They had trusted Dumbledore. They had believed in him. And now they didn't know what to believe. Harry didn't know what to believe either. The files from the vault were clear. Dumbledore had diverted funds, concealed transactions, and left Harry with the Dursleys while his estates were occupied by strangers. But the memories Dumbledore had presented, the evidence of Voldemort's ongoing activities, suggested that the war really hadn't ended. That Dumbledore really had been fighting, in the shadows, for 8 years. Was that a justification? Or was it just another excuse? Harry didn't know. But he knew one thing. The investigation would eventually end. The Wiesengemot would issue its findings. Dumbledore would face consequences, or he wouldn't. But none of that would bring back the years Harry had lost. None of that would erase the cupboard under the stairs, or the hunger, or the loneliness. None of that would give him back his parents. The final day of testimony was the hardest. Harry watched as Molly Weasley took the stand, her hands shaking, her voice barely a whisper. "We didn't know," she said. "We didn't know the cottage belonged to Harry. Albus told us it was owned by a friend who was living abroad. We were so grateful to have a home, a real home, for the first time in years, that we didn't ask questions." She wiped her eyes with her sleeve. "I should have asked. I should have wondered why the rent was so low, why the owner never visited, why the paperwork was so vague. But I didn't. I trusted Albus. And now." She looked up at the gallery, at Harry. "Now I know that my family's home was stolen from an orphan boy. That the money we paid, thinking we were helping a friend, was actually being taken from someone who needed it far more than we did." Her voice broke. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry." Harry wanted to tell her it was okay. That he didn't blame her. That she and her family had done nothing wrong. But the words stuck in his throat. Because it wasn't okay. None of this was okay. And saying it was would have been a lie. The investigation concluded on a Friday. Amelia Bones stood at her podium, a thick sheaf of parchment in her hands. Her face was grave, graver than Harry had ever seen it. "This body has concluded its investigation into the management of the Potter inheritance," she announced. We have reviewed over 3,000 pages of evidence, interviewed 47 witnesses, and analyzed the testimony presented during these proceedings. She paused. Our findings are as follows. She unrolled the parchment and began to read. First, Albus Dumbledore, as magical guardian of Harry James Potter, failed in his fiduciary duty to protect the minor's inheritance. Rental income was diverted, investments were liquidated, and trust accounts were mismanaged in ways that directly harmed Harry Potter's financial interests. Second, while there is evidence that some of the diverted funds were used for legitimate purposes, including the ongoing fight against Voldemort and his followers, there is insufficient evidence to account for all of the missing galleons. Approximately 700,000 galleons remain unaccounted for. Third, the Wisengamot finds that Albus Dumbledore did not personally enrich himself through the mismanagement of the Potter inheritance. However, his negligence allowed others to do so, including several ministry officials who are now under investigation by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Fourth, Harry Potter's magical guardianship is hereby transferred from Albus Dumbledore to an independent trustee appointed by this body. The trustee will manage Harry's financial affairs until he reaches the age of majority, subject to quarterly audits by Gringotts Bank. Finally, the Wisengamot apologizes to Harry James Potter for the failures that allowed this situation to occur. We cannot undo the past. But we commit to doing everything in our power to restore what was taken, and to ensure that no other child suffers as he has suffered. Amelia Bones lowered the parchment. This investigation is concluded. She banged her gavel. The chamber erupted in noise, reporters shouting questions, spectators arguing among themselves, Wisengamot members rising from their seats in confusion and outrage. But Harry barely heard any of it. He was staring at Dumbledore. The old man sat in the front row, his head bowed, his shoulders shaking. He didn't look triumphant or relieved or even defiant. He just looked broken. Harry should have felt satisfied. He didn't. He felt empty. The investigation was over. But the questions remained. The missing galleons. The 15th estate. The prophecy. Voldemort, waiting in Albania, growing stronger every day. And Harry, 8 years old, heir to 15 estates, the boy who lived, standing at the edge of a future he hadn't chosen and couldn't escape. The ring pulsed on his finger. Not alone, it seemed to say. Never alone. Harry touched the black stone and felt the warmth spread through his chest. The investigation was over. But the real work was just beginning. Thank you.